There we go. All right, now we're rolling. Okay, there we go. We are back up and running, everybody. All right, our next guest here, let's bring them on real fast. Tony, I'm looking forward to this one. Thanks, Ben, for being patient and bringing on live. Tony, you there, buddy? There we go.
Can you hear me?
Say something again.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
All right, hang on.
How you doing this afternoon, Scott?
I'm doing wonderful. Hang on one second here real fast, and we'll get to going here. All right, everybody. Hey, we are excited to be back live streaming this here with our next guest, and I guarantee this guy's podcast is rocking and rolling with everything going on in the industry. And I'm excited, been excited for all of our speakers, but I'm really excited about what our special guest is going to share. And Tony was born and raised in Colorado, and he's always enjoyed the challenge of starting and building a business. That is why it became a natural progression at the age of 25. He became an entrepreneur with 2 small construction companies. Now, in 2005, he got his start in the medical marijuana industry in Fort Collins, Colorado, starting a small marijuana caregiving business, Highway to Healing. I love that. By the time he was 35, he had 2 dispensaries with sales of $6.5 million annually, including 2 indoor grow facilities with a combined 20,000 plus square feet of production in Denver. All 4 locations consist of 19 city and state licenses. Tony then joined a group of 5 industry owners and started a successful extraction company called Pen Vape in late 2012. They focused solely on vaporizer pens and cartridges. By 2015, they expanded to 9 states and Jamaica. Yeah, man. In 2016, annual revenue was nearing $30 million, and Pen Vape became a leading brand in the fast-growing cannabis industry. This is why Anthony became involved in multiple LLCs and S corps in the industry. So we're honored to have him joining us today with his great podcast, Plant Problems, out there, everybody. So, hey, Tony, how's it going, man?
It's going great, Scott. You're really working hard today. I've been watching the last couple hours, and hopefully I can provide a break for you for a minute. I do have some slides that I'm going to share with everybody. So.
Awesome.
7 minutes, and then we can do some back and forth if you like. So
that'd be great. Yeah, no problem. So you'll want to hit share your screen so that we can pull up your slides there, and we'll be rock and rolling here. And then you probably got it up already. So just got to hit the share screen.
Yeah.
There we go. And there we go. The future is green. Just go to presentation mode if you want.
Yep.
There you go. Perfect. Well, I'm going to be here, but I'll jump off and watch and then jump back in when you're done here in a second.
No problem. That's fine, Scott. It's about 7 minutes, just so you know.
Sure. Perfect.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm the author and successful entrepreneur of the book From Black Market to the Man, 10 Steps to Becoming a Multimillionaire in the Legal Cannabis Industry. I'm really excited and happy to be here with you guys today. I haven't done a lot of these presentations, so I'm really excited about making sure I do something special for you guys. Where I came from, ever since the age of 13, I had to work for everything I had, so just survival most of the time. I grew up very poor, and my father and mother, my mother was an artist, my father was a carpenter. After a couple decades of hard work, here I am in front of you. I've learned so much. My passion is helping others actually solve their problems, finding solutions for those. As an entrepreneur, one of the toughest skills to learn is how to solve your problems quickly. I had to do that extremely fast, especially with my first business. My first business was in real estate. I started a fix and flip company. It taught me so much, especially how to solve problems quickly. On my journey, I created a new entrepreneur venture, and that's the business Scott was talking about. I started a medical marijuana grow operation. I had never had a green thumb, so it was crazy for me at the time to even think that I could do it. But at the time, now looking back, I was ready for it. What I'm going to share with you today comes from my 15 years of experience in the cannabis industry. So thank you so much, and let's get to it. The end of prohibition. Prohibition has failed, and so many of us can see that. Just like alcohol, marijuana prohibition. Just like alcohol, marijuana prohibition has failed miserably. Regulations. Regulate, tax, legalize. This is a new territory for most of society. There's a lot of fear out there, fear of the unknown, but it's time to make it safe. Professional advice. Survival of the fittest is a wild new frontier out there. And if you don't know how to create the right team, it becomes next to impossible to win. There's going to be a lot of losers. Stereotypes. Who's working in the industry? What are you seeing? What type of personalities? It's all across the spectrum. You're going to see druggies, you're going to see professionals, and you're also going to see new entrepreneurs that are getting into the wave of the excitement. Speaking of stereotypes.
All right, our special guest right now, Wayne Campbell, Garth Elgar, Wayne's World. All right, talking about Wayne Stock. Very exciting, big event. Everybody's excited, huh?
Yeah, it's going to be a big concert at Adlai Stevenson Park. It's just going to be a big party. You know, we got some great bands coming, like Aerosmith. I just want to remind everybody that there's still plenty of tickets left.
But that's no reason to wait till the last minute.
Because it's just a chance for the city of Aurora
To do something.
fun and to put the city on the map.
It's a lot of work. Oh, well, work is hard.
You're not really listening to me, are you? I mean, I could say anything right now, like you're a complete tool.
But you wouldn't hear it.
Are you guys still out there with me? Great.
I love it.
Who is the listener? The entrepreneur. There are endless opportunities out there right now in the industry. For the grow, there are hundreds of new acres coming online every year right now. Extraction, so many new products are being made and so many more to come. From the oil of this plant, there's so many uses for it. Retail, if you don't grow it, it doesn't matter, you can still sell it. The investor, this is one of my favorites. I directly invest into many parts of the industry. And with the information that I'll provide on my show, you'll be able to take that and make better informed decisions. Don't waste your money, do your research. Occupational. If you're interested in getting involved and being employed in the industry, it's a great place to listen in to see what's actually happening and what might interest you. There's so many choices out there right now. It's much better to find what fits you as opposed to what falls in front of you. That's a huge mistake that most people make. I'm also going to share a lot of my stories on the show because I have been through from the beginning where it was a gray area into the legal market. I've got stories where I was raided by the DEA and I've lost tons of money, and I'll be spreading out through stories throughout the entire shows, through all the shows. Who makes a great guest? Business owners in cannabis, yes. But successful business owners are also good too. It's great to gain another perspective. So I interview a lot of successful or on the way up to being successful entrepreneurs. Occupational, someone with a niche idea, someone with a unique job. Also, investors of all kinds. There are thousands flocking to our industry right now. Ancillary product manufacturers. These are companies that are not necessarily touching the plant or working directly with the plant, but they're working around the cannabis and hemp area altogether, solving problems with software, new machines, tools, lighting, and so on. I want to thank you guys for listening to me today. And please look for me at plantproblem.com or iTunes, Google Play, Stitcher, Spotify, and so many more. Thank you so much. Oh, Scott, I can't hear you. Hold on a second.
Oh, that's me on my end.
Oh, okay, good. I thought I did something wrong.
Well, I know I'm excited about your podcast, and I work with Podetize as well, and Tom and Tracy and I've been sharing some back and forth, and I know you were on their stuff as well too. So it's exciting for you.
It is, absolutely. I appreciate the opportunity to be here on the show. This is for some of the listeners out there that are with you right now. I just launched last month, and so I've got 28 episodes under my belt.
Wow.
And my last year has just been a blast. I've written a book. I created a bunch of great new opportunities along the way, and now I launched my podcast. So I'm really ecstatic to be here right now. So thank you.
Well, what's been the biggest surprise for you since you've launched in the last 30 days?
I think the biggest surprise is just like anything else, getting started, right? And actually just doing it, like committing and saying, I'm going to do it. Once you commit and you make that, and this happens in all business, it seems like, once you make that commitment and you go, I'm going to set myself a deadline. And I work with some really smart people, and they were able to say, hey, this is how we should get it done. Now I've got the momentum. So I'm feeling really good about that now. And now I can really start honing what I'm doing and really dig into my interviews.
I love that. I love them. Definitely great stuff. Well, you've got, I think you've got several amazing years ahead of you as we figure out what the states are going to do with cannabis and things like that and beyond, obviously. But it always makes, I think it makes for good radio, good podcasting when you've got something that's on the edge a little bit and it's in a whole new kind of wave out there. And I think you said something really valuable a few minutes ago about how it's not just successful business owners in the cannabis that make for great guests. It's successful business owners make for great guests because it's the aspect of running a business and putting those things in place. So.
Yeah, so many people get caught up with the ideas and the, I don't know anything about cannabis, so I can't do it. And, so many smart business people that I've spoken with, it's a cog. It's a cog in the wheel. We just have it's just a new cog that's in the wheel, and you just put it in there. And so I'm really looking for these very intelligent, there's a lot of them out there. And what this podcast has allowed me to do is ask them, right? I think, I've heard it from several other podcasters, but just being able to go out there and say, hey, would you be on my podcast? It's amazing what it opens up. And yeah. I can't wait for the next year to see what happens over the next 12 months.
Exactly. Well, hey, way to go. 28 episodes your first month. Keep up the great stuff. What's the best way for people to connect with you?
So best way, of course, plantproblem.com. They can reach out to me there. It's also got my book information if they're interested in that. And you can reach me at Facebook at Anthony BMK. Is really awesome. Easy. So those two ways would be great. Thanks a lot for having me, Scott.
Hey, Tony, thank you so much, brother. We'll be in touch and we'll talk to you later. All right.
Good. Bye.
Good. Thanks. That was good. I like that. That's going to be a hot topic for some time to come, which will be good to go. All right. Let's see here. Next guest here is going to be after Tony. Joy. There we go. Hang on. Let me make sure I get that right. Tony, yes, and Joy. All right, Joy. Hopefully you're there. There she is. There she is. Another. Okay, good stuff. Joy, can you hear me?
Can. How you doing, Scott?
Are you back from holiday?
Yes, I'm back from holiday. I've been listening in. It's pretty cool what you've been creating here. It's really nice. I've been enjoying the show.
Awesome. What time is it over there?
It is now 11:18 a.m. on Friday morning.
There we go. Good stuff. All right. Not too early, not too late. Just right, huh?
Exactly.
All right, cool. Give me 1 second here. All right.
Well, I also have a bit of a presentation that I will share.
Okay. Right. Perfect.
I hope it works because it's in Google Docs. Well, like slideshow things.
That'll work. Well, hey, our next guest is one of our international podcasters who's doing some really amazing stuff, amazing interviews with her show. And her name is Joy Nicholson. She lives in New Zealand, and she says a self-proclaimed marketing geek. Her podcast is a mix between the entrepreneurial journey and other entrepreneurs and their journey and her journey, along with asking advice from the gurus on their marketing strategies and advice for new entrepreneurs. Her perfect listener is someone that is starting their journey or that have started but are stuck and they are not sure where to expect their journey to go and which way to turn. As we all know, it is not always easy. So motivation is always key in her podcast. And she's had the privilege to interview some really amazing people. And we're honored to have all the way from New Zealand. I'm correct on that, right? New Zealand, I didn't get that wrong, right?
No, you're right. You're right. I don't have the New Zealand accent, but you are right.
That's good. Well, I remembered last time we talked. That's awesome. But we're excited to have Joy Nicholson join us here from across the globe there. So this is so awesome to have you on here, Joy.
Thank you for the opportunity. I really, really appreciate that. It's really, really cool. I'm very excited to share with you guys,
Yeah, definitely. And you said you got some slides you want to go through. We'll dive in with Q&A. And look, guys, you're going to learn some stuff from Joy. Joy's got a great show. She does it on YouTube as well, with just some really great marketing experts. So I'm looking forward to your presentation. So if you want to hit share your screen.
Yeah, let me do that. Be with me here.
Yeah.
And just, it's a bit slow.
It's all right. There we go.
Okay. Let me see. Okay, can you see my screen all right?
I see it perfect. You got it perfect working.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so I'm doing a bit of a backstory as well. So I'm going to put my face over there. Okay.
Cool.
So my show is, I nearly rebranded it. It used to be called The Entrepreneurial Journey with Joy Nicholson. And I felt I was competing quite a lot with other entrepreneurial shows. And I thought to myself, okay, you know what? Let's rebrand it to what it actually is, because I'm a complete and other marketing geek. I've been in the marketing industry for probably about 10-ish years, and I just geek out about all these strategies. So I thought to myself, okay, let's rebrand it. And I only did this about a couple of weeks ago. So this opportunity, Scott, is actually perfect timing, where I'm now calling it the Marketing Wizard Show. And so who am I? I'm a mom of 2 young children. One is 3, well, almost 3, one is 6. I'm happily married. I'm originally from South Africa, but I've been living in New Zealand for about 7 years. And so that's who I am. And so why did I start my podcast? I just want to give you guys a little bit of a backstory, why I started this podcast and how it basically came about and where I got my inspiration from to where it is now. So about a year ago, I did a thing called an OFA challenge. So for you guys that don't know, it's basically, it's getting your digital marketing degree in 30 days in a nutshell. That's what it is. And in this challenge, one of the first things that I've learned is that you need to publish every single day. If you look at people like Tony Robbins, Dean Graziosi, I don't know, I can't think of, even if you think of the president of the United States, right? I mean, everybody knows Donald Trump. What do they do every day that stands out? They in the public eye, right? They publish. So this challenge has taught me to do either, if you're into writing, then write a blog. If you're into videos, do a vlog, and obviously then do a voice podcast. Now, I was very shy of doing any video thing. I never actually intended to turn my podcast into a vlog ever. Like it didn't even cross my mind. I am not, because English is not my first language. I am terrible at writing. I call it glamour because I want to make it sound fabulous at my glamour, and my spelling is so terrible. So it's my glamour. But yeah, so I decided, okay, fine. Why do I want to start a podcast? Because I want to make an impact. I want to build a tribe. With making an impact, I really genuinely want to help people, because I have been on this entrepreneurial journey for a few years now, and I know that it is not easy. And, I want to build a tribe, people that can follow me, but not just because they follow me because I'm like, ooh, people are following me. I actually want people to follow me because I want to make an impact in their lives in a positive way, inspire them, motivate them. And, because it's so easy to just give up. I have so many friends that started the journey and then they're like, okay, I can't do this, I'm giving up. And I want to avoid people from doing that. And also, as a bonus, I want to drive traffic to the links that I put in my podcast. But that only came much later. That was not the initial goal. So it never crossed my mind to turn my podcast into a vlog. So how did it happen? The first 16 episodes was absolutely horrible. Like if I listen back to it, I'm like, oh, I can't believe I actually did that. Episode 17, basically about episode 14, I decided, okay, I'm going to start interviewing people because I need to get myself out there. And the very first interview that I booked was a guy named Galen. We actually, we did the interview, but we only published it much later. Long story on his side, but he said to me, he said, Joy, listen, I've got a podcast. It's an existing podcast, but I recommend that you don't just do a podcast interview with me on, your podcast, but actually do it on video, do it on YouTube. And I was like, oh, me, video. Already at that stage, I started to do some go lives on Facebook, but I really sucked. I wasn't confident in front of the camera. I'm very shy. I'm an introvert. So, doing something like that for me is really, really hard. So I said, okay, fine. Okay, I'll do it. So he convinced me to do that. So I can't even remember. I think he was about 30-ish or 20-something-ish episode. We eventually published the episode that I did with him, but he was my very first person, that I've actually interviewed, or my second person that I interviewed. So that's how it came about, that I actually turned my podcast into a vlog. So for anybody that are scared to do it, if you just have a podcast and you're not actually on YouTube at all, I really encourage you to do it. It opens up a different traffic brand. You get exposed to other people, and I'll get into, growing that in a minute. So knocking false beliefs. Okay, so I had a plan. I thought to myself, okay, I'm nervous, I'm scared. What if I failed? What if this is horrible? What if people hate me? What do I do then? What do I publish about? I had no clue. I didn't know what to talk about. I knew I was a marketing geek. I knew I know my stuff, but what do I talk about? Because if you just start out talking to people like, this is how you market your business, I've seen other podcasts and it's not enough. So I started looking into what other people were doing. What are they doing? I looked at the top podcasters, and even people like, if you look at, I'm going to use Dean Graziosi because I do like him a lot. And his podcast is not just about marketing things, though he's like a multimillionaire. He's like super rich. And he inspires people as well on his podcast. And I thought, okay, he's got a mix between inspiring people, teaching people, motivating people. So that's kind of where I was aiming for. And I also followed another guy called Stephen Larson. He is one of the coaches from the OFA Challenge. And I thought, okay, that's kind of where I want to be in. Not exactly, but it kind of falls into that frame of things. So what did I achieve in this podcast? I really learned a lot of confidence. Being a shy person was really, really hard. I was one of those people. Funny enough, I was actually in sales, being socially awkward. But I did a lot of phone sales. I did telesales. I did high ticket sales. I worked for a company, but I worked from home. But one of the things that I had to do, I was basically selling, this is a few years ago, I was selling a software program. And what I had to do is then once I sold it, I need to go to the client and go and install it. That was my job. And it was a great job because I didn't actually have to deal with people face to face because I was so socially awkward. And I remember the one time there was this massive event, the sales event. And my boss said to me, listen, you need to go to this event and you need to go network with people. And I was like, oh, me network with people. Oh, I don't know. I can't do this. So I was like, okay, fine. So I walked into this room and I remember there was this big table on the left-hand side that has like glasses of wine and champagne and some snacks and things. And the whole room was packed, probably about 100 plus salespeople. Now, everybody that knows salespeople, they are bubbly. They're just basically a different breed in a good way, because they're extroverts, they're out there, they just, all over the place. And I was like the social awkward person. I'm like, how on earth am I going to speak with all these people? I don't even know how to network. And I grabbed a glass of wine and I thought, okay, I'm really going to need this if I'm going to be able to speak with these people. And even that didn't encourage me. I was still shy. And now I went from that awkward, shy person that didn't know how to have a conversation with people that I didn't know to having confidence where I can now literally just start a conversation with anybody on the street. And that's, for me personally, that is something that I never had before. And even my husband is like, wow, okay. I like to make a difference. I like to make a difference in people's lives. Even if I can just inspire you to start something up, doesn't matter how small, for me, that is big. And I have been doing that. I have inspiring people to start their own businesses. Some of them have not really seen success yet, but I know at least they have put themselves out there and they have started. And I'm having conversations with people almost on a daily basis, just encouraging them and helping them along the way. And that's where the helping people come in, because that's what I do. I've got a Facebook group, and then I just literally from my podcast, my vlog, it goes to my Facebook group as well. Not a lot of the traffic yet because I'm still growing my vlog, but at least for my podcast. And that's why I'm keeping encouraging people and I'm teaching people, and I just, motivate them from there as well. I get the traffic to my links, so much so that I decided in the last 7 weeks that I really want to grow my blog, because I only have like 40 something subscribers. And I know I've got really, really good, amazing people that I'm interviewing. And it's just all about your SEO, your algorithms, and, you know, this little hack, Scott, you know, you've been growing yours as well. And I decided to join Marley Jackson's program. Now, for me, that is a big achievement. I haven't been in a paid coaching program for a long time. And for me to have done that was also out of my comfort zone. So I'm very excited. So big things to come on my vlog. And yeah, she's just going to help me to set it all up where I can actually turn my vlog into a monetizational vlog. That makes sense. Okay, so I have a relaunch coming on my podcast, which I also want to talk to you guys about. So this is basically my last slide as well. I have learned on my last journey, all of 2019, that marketing strategies are awesome to talk about because people like it. People like the fact that I motivate them. People like the fact that I am interviewing other people that have been on their journey. But one thing that I've noticed, especially with my students that I'm coaching, is that they lack focus, they lack discipline, and they have no idea how to set goals and keep with them, which is 3 simple things that came naturally to me in the end. But if I look back and I look at myself and where I started out, I struggled with focus and discipline. Goal setting was always okay with me, but focus and discipline was a big problem, especially because I've got 2 small kids. So a relaunch of my podcast is coming soon, where I'm not going to completely relaunch it, but I'm going to just turn it around a little bit, where I'm going to start moving slowly away from talking too much about sales funnels and marketing things, but focus on, you know, discipline and help people to just, you know, stay on their entrepreneurial journey. And give them the little hacks that they need to succeed. And then ultimately build their business from scratch. Because when you start on your entrepreneurial journey, it's easy to say like, oh, make money online. It's so easy to do that. But if you don't have those basic habits in place, you're not going to make it. And that's where that comes in. And yes, so, you know, that's basically what my podcast is going to be about going forward. But at the same time, it's still going to have the value that it has now. I'm still going to interview amazing people. I've interviewed some multimillionaires on the podcast that has given some really great marketing tips. And those type of things I will definitely continue, because the value that I have received out of that, the value that my listeners have received out of that has been really amazing. I've had people that come to me after they've listened to an episode and say, wow, Joy, that was really good. Thank you for that you got this guy on, because I've actually learned so much, and that's exactly what I needed in my business. And those are the things that drives me to keep doing that. And that's it. So entrepreneurial journey is now the marketing, the marketing show podcast, the Marketing Wizards podcast, and it's going to continue with that, with these little things in place. Thanks, Scott.
That's awesome, Joy. That's exciting, huh?
Yes, I'm very excited. I'm very nervous, but because it's a big thing. I've got about almost 100 episodes now, but it's it's something that needs to happen, because that's the focus that I was in.
If you would give one tip to somebody out there who's struggling with the same thing, what would you tell them?
Get a coach. Because that's exactly what I did. Before I spoke to Marley, I didn't speak directly to her. I spoke to one of her employees, and I had a big strategy session with him. And in that 20-minute strategy session, I learned more in that 20 minutes of where I want to take my business, where I need to focus on, all of those things that I have done in the last few months. And interesting enough, when I started this journey, I had a coach, but I had to fire him. Wow. But I had a coach because it just eventually the value just wasn't there anymore. But yeah, so I would always recommend, like, even if you can't afford it, make money until you can afford a coach, because it's so important.
Awesome. What's the best way for people to reach out to Joy to find out more about you or connect with you?
My email address will be good, or find me on Facebook, but my email is joy@marketingwizardsonline.com, or my Facebook group, which is the same name. So it's just my brand all over the place. And that's hence why I changed my podcast to be the same too. So it all just ties in.
There you go. Well, great stuff. Thank you for sharing. You're doing an awesome job. You definitely look a little energized and things, and rocking and rolling. You always got energy, but you're just maybe you just came back from vacation, huh?
Well, I always have energy. I don't know why. I'm always pumped up. It's like I'm a little bit cuckoo like that, but it's how I roll.
That's why we get along so well. I get the same cuckoo disease. That's good stuff. Well, thanks, Joy, for sharing here on Pecha Pod Pitch, and we look forward to your continued success and new things with the new relaunch of the show.
Thanks, Scott. Thanks for
Joy.
this opportunity.
Oh, anytime. Bye. That was good.
Bye.
All right, let's get our next one on here. Joy did a great job. Boom, boom. And our next rock star podcaster is Joy. There we go. Brett. Let's get Brett on here real fast. Hey, buddy. There we go. Come on. Boom. There we go. Promote to panelist.
Scott, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir, I can. Looking sharp there, Chief. Hang on one second here.
Yes.
All right, everybody. Hey, we are back, and I guarantee that you're going to love hearing from this next podcaster who is doing some big things out there. Brett Swartz is an entrepreneur, creative real estate investor, podcaster, deferred sales trust educator, trustee, and a North California multifamily broker. His leadership roles include serving as the founder of Capital Gains Tax Solution Podcast, founder of Capital Gains Tax Solutions, and founder of the Commercial Realty Apartment Advisor. He leads a team of extraordinary people at his companies. He served billionaires, doctors, dentists, veterinarians, attorneys, tech entrepreneurs, architects, real estate syndicators and entrepreneurs, and more to help them create and preserve their wealth through investment in real estate. He leads them through this process by leveraging the optimal timing capital gains tax deferral structure known as the deferred sales trust. Its purpose to help individuals escape feeling hostage to the 1031 exchange and 30 to 50% capital gains tax when they sell their highly appreciated assets such as business, commercial real estate, or primary homes, so they can create and preserve more wealth by focusing on the timeless aspect of being the guide and not the hero. Capital Gains Tax Solutions educational platform inspires and helps high net worth individuals and their trusted advisors put them and help them, such as financial advisors, CPAs, and business brokers, out there execute a passive, active capital gains tax deferral wealth plan of their own. And so we are honored and excited to have the man, the myth, the 1031 exchange legend, Brett Swartz, joining us out here today on Pecha Pod Pitch. How's it going, man?
Hey, Scott, I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on.
Glad to have you, man. Loving the setup. Look at you. Looking great, man.
Thanks. My wife did the wood in the back for the home office, so I'm glad you like it.
Yeah. So let's share a little bit about moving in and launching this thing, getting things rocking and rolling for you. You've been doing this for how long now?
So I've been in the podcast world for about a year now, but mainly as a guest on other people's shows. And so I've had a chance to learn from some of the best as I just observed and was asked great questions and then decided to give it a launch of my own here. So
I know that. That's why I asked it. Kind of a loaded question for the next one here. Is there's a lot of people that are looking to expand their audience and looking to get onto the podcast. It's a great way to expand credibility and your audience out there. But I think taking the next step of starting your own show and have your own show going is also, it's a big thing too, and also adds to the credibility there too. And I love what you're doing there. Is that kind of the main reason starting your own thing?
Yeah, it's been an amazing journey of a whole new world of not just, being local with my commercial real estate business and deferred sales trust business here in Northern California, but now really on a national scale where we get to meet a lot of people from different walks of life and different states all over the U.S. And to say I had no idea where I would be 12 months ago here, it's just an understatement. It's been a fantastic ride and a great challenge and a whole lot of fun too. So yes, that's sort of been the journey here.
Awesome. Now, what would you say has been the biggest thing that's changed for you since making the transition?
Sure, not having to drive around as much and fly. I can stay home with my family more, right? I have 5 kids, my wife and I do here in Northern California. You fight traffic quite a bit in California. And so just being able to connect with people, it's on these videos, calls like this, it's on air, and then it's mass media, right? Not just one-on-one or 1-on-30. A lot of my background, I go and speak at events, right? And I speak at a real estate office or speak at a financial advising office, and it might be, 20 to 50 people in an office, and we're educating for an hour and a half. The tough part was it's not not recorded, right? Typically, we weren't recording. And two, within 30 minutes, folks have probably lost 50% of that information. So the ability to record something and have it be evergreen, and the opportunity for folks to listen to it at their own leisure, right? Not in the middle of a 12 to 2 work hour where you're rushing around for lunch or appointments. You can listen to it whenever you want. I found that's the way we like to consume. So it's just a great way to be able to give back and add value to folks whenever they want to consume the information. Yeah.
Well, and I think adding the value back to your time is important too. 5 kids, so you definitely don't want to be traveling as much as you used to. And I think getting the audience out to a bigger audience versus 20 or 30 people at a time, whenever you've guests or have your own show, gives you an audience every day to talk with, right?
Exactly. The way I look at it is my daughters and I have 4 daughters and a son, and they're all 9 and below. And so I have about 18-year window here before they're off doing, changing the world on their own. So I'd like to be with them as much as possible. So it's not only just the time, but it's also the energy, managing the energy, where I have more energy and more life to give to them versus being on the road a lot. Now, that doesn't mean I don't jump on planes now to fly across country and do different events in different places and different clients, which is fine, but it's just not the daily, travel. It's more maybe once or twice a month, which is okay, versus more of the daily stuff from before, if that makes sense.
That totally makes sense, man. I can vouch for that. When spending 35 weeks on the road down to less is a valuable thing. What's been the biggest surprise with your business from the podcast? Have you seen influx? Have you just seen it amazed you at people reaching out to you? What's been the biggest surprise for you?
Yeah, the biggest thing is for me is not having to, I guess, outbound cold call as much and more inbound. And it's shifted the sales cycle as well as the educational process, because again, it's customized for folks when they want to listen to it at their own timing, and they can rewind and replay and get educated slowly along the process, really develop kind of a relationship. And I'll give you a quick story. We're working on a large deal that we just got the green light we're going to move forward for in Florida. And I flew there and met with these potential new clients. And the first person who walked in said, "Hey, I've seen all of your podcasts. I've watched them multiple times. I feel like I know you." And I was blown away. It was kind of the first, call it the online world, I don't want to say celebrity, but just a little bit more of like, whoa, this is new to me. Like, I was expecting to have to build all this rapport and he was just like, "Hey, I love what you're doing. I listen to your stuff." And I'm like, "Oh, that's really neat." So just really breaking down those barriers, I think a a lot of times too, if you meet with the client face to face, it can be really intimidating for both sides, right? They're like, "Who is this new person talking about this new thing?" And doing, especially when it's dealing with wealth and big high stake transactions. Whereas if they can, or any of us can listen to something on a podcast or see a video of somebody and get a chance to kind of learn to get to know them along the way, it's not as good as in person, right? But some could say it's even better than in person, because it gives you a chance when you do meet them that you already have a level of trust and comfort, because you've got a chance to know them over a period of time. So it's really a whole paradigm shift that I'm going through. I think it's better for the client, honestly. It's much better for me as the educator and salesperson, right? So I think it's just really been a win-win.
That's awesome to hear. It's always nice to be turned into a pod celebrity instead of celebrity, right? But that's the thing, is people do build that rapport listening to you, watching you, and then it makes, you don't have to repeat yourself or start the process of learning over, or I hate to say closing on the front end, because it's already basically closed when they've already been listening for a while, right?
Well said, right? 90% of the questions have probably already been answered. And I think there was a survey done, and it's the whole Amazon effect, right? 10, 15, 20 years ago, 90% of the questions were answered by the salesman on either the car lot or wherever you're going to buy something. And you had to go to them to get those questions answered. Now with the internet, of course, and now podcast on a detailed level, 90% is going to be answered up front. And so by the time they get there, it's really, you can more customized, and you can take the discussion on another level to really service them. Again, so I think it's better for the client, and it's also better for us, because we're saving our time and energy on that 90% that can be answered just generally, and then we're focusing on the 10% to really help the client and add value.
Yeah, that's great stuff there. Great stuff. Where do you see the podcast going for you here next 12 to 24 months for you, Brett?
Wow. Yeah, great question. Where I see it going? The opportunity just to educate more and more people with clarifying capital gains tax deferral options. That's really our niche, is showing each of the major tax deferral strategies that are out there, and the goal is just to bring more business professionals, and we feel there's really a chasm of clarity out there. It's really hard to know which one does what for who, and we really want to bring on some of the best advisors and top in their industry, and talk about what they've done for their clients, and then kind of compare and contrast. And at the end of the day, have that for the client or the high net worth individual who's selling, and so that they can get clarity on what's best for them, all in one place. And that's really the vision for the podcast. So hopefully, 1,000 to 10,000 business professionals, right? Financial advisors, business brokers, high-end realtors, commercial real estate operators, hopefully another, 10 to 20,000 owners who are selling a high-end primary home business or commercial real estate. If we could get, that would be a big win for us. If if they can consume the information, I think they'll really be happy about it, and it'll be a win for us.
Right. I think so. Definitely be a win for you there, right? More clients is always a good thing. There.
Big numbers, right?
With you working on getting on so many podcasts, is there a tip to the other podcasters or people that are looking to get booked that you would recommend that they do, or something you advise them to get booked on more podcasts?
So here's the hook. The hook is this: what is it that you have to offer, and then what story you have to tell? So my hook is, I was at Marcus & Millichap. I was 24 years old, and Marcus & Millichap, for your listeners who don't know, it's an investment real estate firm who sells commercial real estate and some of the best training, one of the largest in the U.S. And I was about month 6 to 12, and I asked that same question: what could I do to get meetings with these clients or these folks that are much further ahead of me in life? Some of these folks were 50, 60 years old. They're clients that have been in the business for 30 years. Why are they going to want to meet with me or you? What's going to attract them to you? And one of my mentors there said this. They said, the moment you can add as much value or more value to their situation is the moment that they're going to want to meet with you and actually take your call and sit down with you. And in that particular market, it was multifamily investment real estate. So the context was, the moment you know more about their property and the surrounding properties, or at least as much or more than them, is the moment you start adding value. But until you have that knowledge, you're probably just wasting their time. They're doing you a favor by taking the call, right? So that's one. The second one was, until you can find a deal for them, find an opportunity that's going to help them solve their problem or solve a problem for them. So how are you going to add value to their listener base, and how are you going to add value beyond what they've already know, right? And if you're not bringing that to the table, it's going to be hard for them to have you on their show to bring value to their guests. So it's really focusing on value and showing that perhaps you have something a little bit different that they either A, haven't heard before, don't know about, or B, don't have the experience in. So communicate that, right? And that's honestly what I did. I started with I was cold calling still at that point, and I cold called Kevin Butt, didn't answer his phone, so I emailed him. And I just basically said, hey, I've listened to your show, and I had for years. I love your show. It's amazing. And I just kind of spoke to a little bit of what the audience, I was a part of the audience, was looking for. Hey, did you know there's this now? It's called a deferred sales trust. It can save a 1031 exchange. It's an alternative. And he goes, hey, and I said, I'd love to be on your show. If you give me an opportunity, that'd be great. And that one show helped to bridge the gap to the next show, right? And those next two bridge to the next 4. And then before I knew it, I had some podcast bookers who were calling me to book me on other shows. And I said, sure, I've been on 4 or 5 shows. If you can double that rate, that'd be great. And so I had an amazing podcast booker, 2 groups actually, that have done an amazing job. And so since then, it's been about 25 shows in about 8-month period of time. So that's sort of the feedback for you.
Awesome. What's the best way for people to connect with you, get a hold of you, Brett?
The best way is to go to our website, capitalgainstaxsolutions.com, or go to YouTube and search capitalgainstaxsolutions.com, and then LinkedIn as well. You can search Brett Swartz. Those 3 together will connect you with me, and then we could talk more. If you're looking for a way to be an affiliate, right, or add more value to your listeners or your client base, or if you're actually the seller who's selling and is looking for some clarity on the capital gains tax deferral options.
Awesome, bud. Great job, man. Looking forward to the growth, and you keep kicking ass and taking names, all right, brother?
Thanks, Scott. Appreciate it.
Thanks, bud. All right. Good stuff there.
Okay, bye.
Bye. All right. That was good. And let's do this. Mr. Nevins, are you there, brother?
There we
There
go.
he is.
There we go. Hey, how are you doing?
Good, man. Let me click over here real fast. All right, everybody. Well, hey, we are ready to excited to have our good friend Eric Nevins join us here on Pecha Podcast. Now, Eric is the host of the Halfway There podcast. He's the founder of the Christian Podcasters Association and an all-around great guy, not just good guy, great guy. And you'll, if you're headed out to the Spark Christian Podcasters Convention, February 21st and 21st, he's a speaker there as well for us. So we're glad to have our buddy Eric Nevins join us here on Pecha Podcast. How's it going today, man?
Very good. It's great to see you as always, Scott.
Yeah, man. Hey, you look good. You're leaning up a little bit, or maybe just trim the goatee. I don't know. One of the two.
Yeah, maybe I took care of myself. Trim the beard a little bit.
Well, tell everybody a little about Halfway There, about your podcast.
Yeah, Halfway There is a show I started about it's almost 4 years ago. So
wow.
In 2016, this time of year, I was kind of suffering through editing my first season of shows, and but I really started it really kind of for two reasons. First of all, because I would look at the Christian podcasting landscape and all I would find is sermons. Now that's great. I love that, people who preach have a chance to recycle their stuff through podcasting. But I wasn't really interested, having been a preacher and done some of that, not really where I was. And I wanted things that connected where I was more. And so what I did is I started a show that really focused on the spiritual journey. And so we get people to tell us their stories. And we talk about all kinds of things, from how people find faith to what I like to call the dark night of the soul, or the what's the word? The spiritual desert. Sometimes some people call it. So kind of the hard times we experience even after we find faith.
Yeah, man. 4 years doing a great job. You also a few months back had your own online Christian Podcasters virtual summit too. That went really well for you, didn't you?
We did. Yeah, we did the Christian Podcast Summit, and this was back in June last year. It was a lot of fun. Brought together about, I can't remember, 7 or 8 of us together to kind of share members, some of our expertise, things that we've learned, to talk about because it's a little unique being a Christian podcaster if you see yourself as promoting something that spiritual or most of us don't see ourselves as speaking for God, but in some ways, kind of that spiritual kind of stuff. It's important to approach it in a little bit of a different way that most podcasting platforms aren't going to tell you about.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing too. I think spirituality and religion is one of the biggest segments of podcasting out there too. How are you kind of finding your audience, or kind of separating yourself from the, I don't want to say the noise, let's say the joyful noise of Christian podcasting? How's that sound?
Yeah, I love that. So I think there's a couple ways. So first of all, just doing something different, I think. So having that emphasis on the spiritual journey is unique for sure. Also, I've really enjoyed, you mentioned the Christian Podcasters Association, which is really just a Facebook group that I started a couple years ago to connect Christian podcasters. Bringing us all together, I think that's been one of the best things that I do. And it's funny because I just started it because I wanted to connect with a bunch of people, but now I'm kind of a leader in that space. It's been kind of fun.
Well, but I think that's a great way, because especially when you're diving into niches, you don't know if you're experiencing things others have experienced, and the best way to find out, and I think grow, is to network with other people that are either going through the same thing, or have gone through it, or going to go through it, that you can help guide along the way and be kind of a servant leader in some sort of fashion. Would you agree to that?
Absolutely.
What's been the biggest surprise about starting that and kind of leading that that tribe, as we like to say?
Yeah. Well, the biggest thing is I told you that most of the things, I thought most Christian podcasts were sermons, right? Mm-hmm. But it turns out there's a whole bunch of us who have the same idea, who have something we want to podcast about, that, all kinds of different ways. I have a friend who started a podcast. It's the most like Malcolm Gladwell's kind of style of storytelling. It's called Truce Podcast. My friend Chris Staron found him doing that. Misty Phillip, who's doing her show but she's the founder of Spark that you mentioned earlier.
Yep.
So
actually,
a bunch of those people like
spoke
that.
to her last night. She told me to tell you hello. Actually,
Nice. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I've been working with her closely, which is cool. So, but it's that kind of bringing us together, bringing people together, and meeting people who have the same kind of idea, the same vision, the same heart. Isn't that the cool thing about podcasting? Like podcasting. So there's like 800,000 podcasts now. And even though that seems like a lot, when you compare it to websites or blogs, it's still super small. It's a very tight-knit community, and we all still want to help each other. We don't see each other as competitors. I love that.
Mm-hmm. That's definitely a good thing out there. I'm a big believer. That's why I've got so many great people today and through the next weekend, all have different phases or different things that we're doing, all working together to make each other better. Because there's really enough. There's plenty of earballs and eyeballs out there for us to listen to or watch. Right.
That's right.
What is, I know that you've worked on monetizing your show and we're going to do more of that. What are some ways that you've done that and tips that you'd like to give some of the people watching out here, how to kind of monetize their show?
Yeah. So a couple things. I've tried a lot of different stuff, and some of it's more successful than others. Like everybody, we have merchandise for the show, which I just love to wear a halfway there t-shirt. That's kind of fun. Never thought about that when I started my podcast. We have Patreon, which is pretty cool. People who support, and I do things like an extra conversation for everybody who supports us on Patreon. And you can get one of those free t-shirts if you support us at $25 or above.
There you go.
I try things like the conference that we talked about earlier, and I'm actually working on a membership site for Christian podcasters as well, because I think there's some room there to just, again, bring us all together, but in a maybe more intentional way.
Mm-hmm. I think so as well too. Now, what has been the biggest surprise? And I've asked this of everybody. What's been the biggest surprise with the podcast for you, with your listener base or people reaching out? What's been the thing that's kind of wowed you?
You mean besides the fact that people listen to it?
Yeah, I guess so.
Because I was so unsure. I didn't think anybody would listen to it. Late last year we passed 300,000 downloads, which I still can't believe.
Congrats, man.
So that's pretty awesome. But also just connecting to people, like the people that I get access to talk to are people that I never would have imagined I'd have a chance to talk to. So I'll give you an example. One of the ways, short version of the story is there's an author named Oz Guinness, and he's from the family you're thinking of, the Guinness family, right? And one of his books is the one that sent me on this podcasting journey. Even though he wasn't talking about podcasting, he was saying we got to change people's character. And I started asking the question, how do you change character? Well, you do it by telling stories. That's why I have a story podcast, not a podcast where I try to tell you what to think.
Right.
And I got to interview him last year. I never would have had access to him without a podcast. And so he came on the show. That was a huge milestone moment for me. And I didn't expect, I would have been fine interviewing people at my church or wherever, but to get a chance to interview people who are huge. The other thing that I really think surprises me is I did not have categories for the kinds of things that God does in people's lives. It's huge. It's way beyond what I ever would have thought. And so I have this slogan. I say, I think the spiritual journey is wider, deeper, and longer than you've been told. And so that's what we try to bring out in the show.
I love it, man. I absolutely love it, because you do have some great stories on the show, and love listening. And everybody's walk is different, and we all have peaks and valleys in our faith. Sometimes it's deep, and sometimes it runs very wide with a variety of different things out there. And you do a great job of interviewing and asking questions. Has there been anything that's kind of you struggled with along the way with your podcast in 4 years?
Engagement is the hardest part, I think. Like trying to get people to, because I know they're listening. I could see that, but how do I get them to talk to me? As things. So I've tried everything. So I've got this great successful Facebook group for Christian podcasters, but then I try to do it for my own podcast, and I don't know. There's just not people in there. So that's been kind of my biggest things, trying to get people connected to the things that I want to offer, and to really know them, because you got to know your audience, right? I want to know what they want to hear.
Mm-hmm. I think it's the biggest thing. We love seeing downloads and love seeing reviews, but can somebody just drop me an email that I can talk to somebody?
Right. And I do get to hear from, every once in a while I get to hear from Australia or, England or, that is pretty cool. I mean, imagine every once in a while I'll be on the charts in Australia and I'll think, why in the world are Australians listening to me? But they are, and that's cool.
Maybe halfway there is a keyword for they're halfway around the world.
Maybe, I don't know. Who knows? I'd love to go. By the way, if any of you are down in Australia.
Well, we just had Joy Nicholson on from New Zealand. Maybe that's a little further. Yeah,
I'd go there too.
Yeah, right. I think I'd rather go to New Zealand right now than Australia.
Isn't that a cool thing? I don't know about you. You're like big business and you do awesome stuff. So I don't know about you, but I never thought people would invite me places because of my podcast, right? So I'm going to Spark, been a part of New Media Summit, things like that, and that's because of podcasting. It's amazing.
Yeah, that was always a surprise. I was actually, it's a funny story. I was in Vegas when I get a text message or a message from Steve asking me to come to New Media, where we originally met here in Austin. And he's like, I'm like, what's an icon? I'm like, you want me to what? I'm like, really? And I was like, well, that's kind of cool. Well, sure, why not? And I agree. It's interesting opening doors and having people reach out to have you speak or attend and do everything. So it's pretty exciting. I'm excited to have hear your session in Houston. You want to give those that are listening here that may be headed to that a little insight on what your topic's going to be about?
Yeah. So I am talking about the power of connecting, right? That podcasting is so good for connecting to other people, whether it's other podcasters or people that you want to know and be involved with. But also, I think the way that connects to the future of the church, because I have this big idea. There's a guy named Sky Jatani who has a podcast called The Holy Post, which I think is kind of funny. He does that with Phil Vischer, the guy who started Veggie Tales, just for context. But he wrote a post about how podcasting, like you can get better sermons, right, than what you get at church on a podcast. And so maybe what happens in our services is going to change over the next 100 or 150 years. And I think that's fascinating. So we're going to talk about why that matters to what we do today. The fact that as we push into podcasting and we connect with people and we're building community, that's going to change not just not just your life, right? But it's going to have an impact on the church 100, 200, 300 years from now. Should the Lord tarry, if I could throw that in there. And that's the way, we need to have that kind of big picture view. So my hope is to inspire our friends there to think about their show, not just as a thing they're doing in their basement, but as a ministry, as a service that's going to change the world.
I know you're also working, and you and I have had some conversations too, that you're working with other churches to help them launch their podcasts and do that as well too in your local community there. That's awesome. How's that working out for you? Is it a little push and pull a little bit to kind of help them change up some stuff?
It is a little bit. The hard thing with podcasting, as is it takes a little bit of work. It takes some time. And so I'm willing to do a lot of that work for people, but they have to be willing to commit to that financially. So you either have to commit to it with time or money. Yep. And if you're going to, and probably a little bit of both, really. So finding people who are ready has been a bit more challenging than I kind of hoped, but that's okay. It's kind of part of business.
Good stuff, man. Well, you have, if people are heading to Spark February 21st and 22nd, if they use the discount code EN20, it knocks 20% off. Is that right?
Yep, that's right.
Awesome, because I'm about to use it to sign up for my ticket there.
Oh, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah, get a little affiliate split there for you. But what's the best way for people to reach out to you to find out more, to pick or scratch your brain or not pick your nose, because somebody said talk about picking the nose earlier, which is pretty hilarious, but scratching your brain and get connecting with you?
Yeah, the best thing, so I'll give you two. You can go to my website, ericnevins.com, and hit the contact button and send me an email. I love that. If you're on Facebook, which who isn't at this point, and you're a Christian podcaster and you'd like to join, just search Christian Podcasters Association, jump in. I'm active there all the time. And if you want to ask a question or, just connect with me, that's a good place to do it.
Well, Eric, you may be halfway there with your show, but I think you're all the way there as a podcaster, man.
Oh, that's so sweet, Scott.
Well, hey, man, I look forward to hanging out with you in Houston. And once again, guys, and gals, if you're listening to this, watching this, check out Halfway There. Eric does a great job of not only interviewing people on their spiritual journey, but also sharing with his as well too. And just want you to know, man, always here for you.
Thanks,
Yeah, one of the best things about this is meeting relationships and becoming friends with people in different areas. And I have to say, podcasting has been a joy having you as a friend and somebody to reach out to, brother.
Likewise, absolutely. Whenever I think we ran into each other last in August at Podcast Movement, maybe.
Yep.
And that was is always a delight to see you. Whenever I see Scott Carson, I'm like, hey, I can't wait to chat with you. So thanks.
Well, Steph says hello as well too for you.
All
brother.
right.
Great then. Thanks, Eric.
Bye.
All right. That was a good one. Now let's bring on, let's see, our next podcaster here is, oh yes, Denise. Awesome. Another podcasting friend. I get excited about things. All right. There she is. I see her live on there. Let's bring her on. There we go. Guys are in for a treat. There she is.
Hey.
What is going on, Miss Denise Walsh? How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Awesome. Give me 1 second here real fast. Get that. Yeah, let's pull this up here. All right, everybody. Well, hey, you guys are in for a treat from one of the biggest motivated ladies that I know, who absolutely kills it when motivating her tribe. She is a proud wife and mother, former clinical psychologist, motivational speaker, and multi-million-dollar earning entrepreneur. Denise Walsh started her career by working with families at a local mental health agency as a clinical psychologist, but left the practice to pursue a successful career in the direct sales industry. Her impact as a leader in that field, coupled with her certification and experience as a life and dream coach, has given her the unique ability to help people tap into their ultimate potential and find their greatness. She has found her calling, inspiring others to go after their dreams, to help more than 1 million people find their purpose and fulfill their God-given destiny. And she just does a great job. She is the awesome host of the Dreamcast podcast. And my friend Denise Walsh joined us here on Pecha Pod Pitch. How's it going?
Hey. Hi, Scott. Thank you so much for having me.
No problem at all. Well, we originally met, I guess it was going almost 3 years ago at PodFest in Orlando, and we were bouncing ideas kind of in the same spot, podcasting wise, trying to figure it out. And you've just been kicking butt and taking names. So congratulations to all your success.
Thank you. I know I came in as a hungry learner, and we just talked and networked with everybody. It was such an amazing event. I definitely recommend getting to these events, you guys, because you learn so much, but then you meet so many cool people like Scott.
Yeah, well, like Denise said. So let's talk about your podcast. How's it changed? How's it helped you? And let's dive into that. Share a little bit about your podcast and what's so special about it.
Absolutely. So as you mentioned, I'm a former clinical psychologist turned business coach in the direct selling industry, and I've been with my company for over 13 years. And when, at some point I got to this place where everybody was asking me questions. How do you do it? How do you experience success and things? And I thought, I need a way to talk to people in a mass way, but still be able to pick my boys up from school. So I decided a podcast would be a really cool way to add value to the team and beyond, and help give encouragement, support, and skill building to those who were either building their own business as a new entrepreneur or wanting to get out of a rut. So my sweet spot, the thing that makes me so excited is when people have this dream, I call it a spark, and they have this dream in their heart. And my goal is to help give them the courage to actually pursue it. So we talk all things, new entrepreneurs, roadblocks, things that you have to work through. We certainly talk sales, marketing, entrepreneur stuff, because a lot of my audience are new business owners. But I do believe you can thrive in all areas of life. And so we've got parenting stuff, we've got health conversations, and the questions I typically ask them are, all right, so you had an idea and then you actually executed on it. Tell us about that pivot, that transition, and that journey.
There you
Maybe
go.
you were younger.
Oh, hang on. Somebody came back on there. There we go. You're doing an amazing job with that. Now, you've also done a great job too of also rolling from the podcast and rolling out a couple books and other things go along with that. I just saw you perk up and get all excited about that, because I remember you were like, I'm getting my first book out, my first manual and stuff. Let's talk a little about that transition for you.
Yeah, absolutely. So I know you are asking others how they monetize the podcast, and I have really worked to create my own products. And so I have a book and 2 journals. I've created an e-course over the past year, and I also do live events. And then I also have a paid membership community. So the podcast has been a way for me to get that information out to people who I know, right, are tracking with me. They're like my people. And it's been really fun to have a place to connect with them on a deeper level.
Mm-hmm. Now, the thing I always like to ask, too, especially I'm a fan of membership sites. I think membership sites, because we have all our creating tribes, are one of the best things to do, especially with your loyal listeners, because our subscribers really are our biggest cheerleaders that are listening to us on a regular basis. You want to talk a little bit about your membership and kind of what's involved with that and how you created that?
Yeah, absolutely. So my membership site, as of now, is simply a Facebook group, but I add specific and intentional value there that's different than on the podcast and different than on even YouTube. I connect with them on a daily basis. I call it Dream Daily, and it's like a little coaching at the beginning of each day. We have themed months. So this, for example, January was all about money mindset and shifting our money mindset and growing that. So I give exercises frequently, as a clinical psychologist, I'm like, we're not just going to talk about it. I'm going to make you do something. So we have exercises that we do together and we grow in that way. And then we also do a 1 live training. So an hour-long training once a month that dives deep into a specific topic. And, the people in the Dream Life community, not only it feels like we're in this journey together. I'm certainly sharing what I'm experiencing and learning and teaching, but they're also sharing what they're learning and what they're experiencing as they're going after their own goals.
I don't doubt it at all. I'm sure you've probably got do you have the whole year planned out month by month on focus?
Well, I've got the first few months figured out, because I also like to poll them. Mm-hmm. And so often I'll kind of get the pulse, the questions that I'm getting. I'll ask them I'll have a few people in mind that I want to come in and support the group, and I'll ask them for their opinion. So I've got it, but it's certainly flexible because I really want to meet their need.
Well, that's the beautiful, the yellow playing out. So you're not like running behind, but then it gives you time to transition as you meet the needs of your audience and your members there for you. That's awesome. I love that. We've got a membership that we do as well too, on a couple facets. And I always love picking people's brains when it comes to what are they doing and adding value. Now, question I asked for you here, because you've been taking some big trips, because you've been kicking butt in the direct sales thing. You just went on some awesome
Costa Rica.
Vacation, right? Where'd you go?
Costa Rica. Yep.
Costa Rica.
Yeah. We went zip lining over the jungle.
There you go. Very nice. Not going to happen to me. No. But the thing I like to ask, are you seeing, is that helping with your podcast? Are you attracting clients or downlines or anything with your direct sales as well too with that?
Yeah, it's been fun to see that it cross over, because my podcast and my book and the journals, they're neutral, they're for anybody who has a goal, anybody who wants to kick butt. I feel like my job is not to light a fire under you. My job is to help light a fire within you. And so I'm excited for anybody who's got a goal, no matter what that is. But just sharing my content and getting out in front of new circles, which the podcast has allowed me to do, has certainly brought people who are like, I do have a dream, but I need a path. And the direct selling company can be a great path for getting out of my situation or trying something new. And so it really can kind of bridge both.
I love that. It's nice when it crosses over and makes it easier when you kind of, I don't want to say kill 2 birds with 1 stone, but have messages kind of cross over and solidify what it really is, right? It's
tricky to have a split focus. So if everything can all meet each other and connect with each other, these products absolutely impact my team. It helps them to dig deep, to grow, to learn, and to stay focused. But then certainly those that are not currently in the company can be invited in because of the content I'm sharing.
That's good stuff. Has there been a struggle for you? Anything that you've been a little surprised with or maybe stubbed your toe on as you're working through?
Starting. I think I had the heart to start a podcast for about 4 years before I started it. And my husband is a digital marketer. And so he, in my mind, is like the tech guy. Yeah. So I would wait for him to get it all set up for me. And finally, I realized like this was my baby. I cared about this. And so I had to Google, how do you start a podcast and how do you get a mic and how do you edit it? And the first year, I would say I worked with a company to help get me guests because I didn't really know how to do it. And then once I got knowing people and really understanding how it worked, I've been able to just network within my own. So it's gotten easier. And at first, you know, it takes a lot of brain space, at least for me, but then it becomes habitual. And now I've got podcasts scheduled each week. I'm, you know, recorded through the beginning of March, and it's just it's just a part of the week now, and it's not so hard.
Well, because
figured it out.
It's become a habit for you and everything,
totally.
You know,
yeah.
It's become a part of your daily activities or weekly activities, because you've got to schedule down. I imagine you've got to stick to the schedule. Suppose you got two boys that are very busy and active as well, and go from there, right?
Yep, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I think that's the cool thing about working with entrepreneurs is most of them are able to do things during the day as well, in all time zones. And and I've met so many amazing people, just connecting through Zoom, just like this, and recording and hearing their stories and being able to share it. It has inspired me. Like, I love my guests so much. I love hearing what they've accomplished and the bumps they've been able to plow through and what they've learned. And it's been a really big honor to have a platform to share their stories.
What's big on store for the rest for 2020 for you?
2020, I am planning more live events. You know, I kind of got the base down with books and journals and podcast and YouTube. So I've got like the low hanging fruit where people can start to get to know me. Right. But I'm really excited about planning more workshops, more live events, and a coaching program to kind of support and be more intentional with meeting people who are hanging out on the Dreamcast and beyond. So I'm excited about that. I just did one a few weeks ago, and now I've gotten connected with two more that are going to do a workshop, but then also the local hospital and a college, you know what I mean? So you do one and then it starts to bleed into other things. So I'm excited to get more of those on the calendar.
That's good stuff. I'm looking for, it'll be, sure you're going to deliver a lot of value there.
It's so fun.
You always do. That's good. Are you seeing a lot of great stuff coming from the books and the podcast kind of joining together a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it's like getting my heart and my message out onto paper, and then the feedback. And the cool thing is with podcasting, as you guys know, and with books on Amazon and YouTube, all of it, you can listen to it anywhere and you can read it anywhere. So I get feedback from all over the world, and it's like, those are the things that make you go, it's worth the effort. It's worth the hard bumps that we went through, or, you know what I mean? Because it's impacting people, and those ripple effects impact people all over that we might never even hear of, but our message is important and we have to share it.
Mm-hmm. One last question here, because I know you've got this amazing thing that you do to get people to leave you reviews. You've run some different contests, haven't you? You want to share that little nugget of knowledge?
I totally did. So I, especially for the podcast, when we first launched, I gave people like a 2-week window or a 1-week window to leave reviews. And then I give away coaching calls. I give away my books. I give away even a 4 or 5 winner mastermind type call where we can, like a group coaching session. And so I've done that. And then even for the books, part of the autoresponders is to leave reviews, because we know that the more reviews you have, the more credible you seem, the more people will want to be on my show because they know that people are listening and it's valuable. And so, I've done a lot of fun stuff with that.
Good stuff. Well, Denise, what's the best way for people that are watching this or listening to this to reach out to you, connect with you?
I am on Facebook and Instagram at the Denise Walsh, and you can go to denisewalsh.com.
Well, thank you so much for bringing some great stuff. Great to see you again.
Yes,
and
you too.
Go out and keep kicking butt and taking names. All right, Denise?
You too. Thank you so much.
Thanks. That was good. All right. That was awesome. We'll get our next podcaster on here. And Boom. I see her there.
How you doing?
I'm doing great. Give me one. There you go. Give me 1 second here real fast. We get rocking and rolling. All right. Doing that.
I already just put you on my Instagram saying, oh, I'm on Mass Media Podcast Net right now.
No problem. You're good. You're good. All right. Let's see here. Where would I go now? All right. Everybody, you are in for some great stuff. I expect to be fired up after this session here. Our awesome guest right now is Chris Bashore, who is the host of the Fired Up podcast with Chris Bashore. She is an amazing real estate agent, but also just a rock star coach when it comes to helping her agents and other real estate professionals really take their business to the next level. She's top agent there in California and just doing amazing things. And her podcast will get you fired up in a more variety of ways. So we're honored to have Krista join us today. How's it going? How's everything going out there today?
Good, Scott. I want to first thank you so much for having me on here. I love what you're doing. I appreciate you just adding so much value to everybody and just being great.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it as well. We're having fun. We're having fun. We're almost 2/3 of the way, 3/4 of the way through almost here. So we're great nuggets. I've gotten some great stuff. I'm taking some notes on everybody's session here. So let's talk a little about the Fired Up podcast. What made you start a podcast and kind of go that route, huh?
Well, I know, the more you produce content, the more that you add value, the more that you're going to be able to not only help people, but also gain exposure for your movement. And it's been great for me. I do a lot of video, and video works well, but I know that people don't always want to watch video. Sometimes they just want to listen while they're driving or getting ready. And I know that I do that all the time. So I thought, time to start a podcast.
I love it. That's true. Now, what have you found? I'm sure it's definitely helped you with your coaching side of the business, but have you seen a direct impact with you in your sales and your other stuff that you're doing?
Well, yeah. So basically we launched our podcast. We started it in August. I think August 4th was our launch date. And as of today, this month, we already have 8,600 downloads this month. And so our best download month was 9,000, and we're anticipated to supersede that. So that means that's a lot of people downloading my stuff, right? Yeah. And so, it's just giving me more credibility, more exposure. And we are all experts in what we do, but if nobody knows that you're an expert, like for example, I've sold 2,000 homes in my career. I'm an expert, but if nobody knows that I'm an expert, they're not going to want to have me help them teach them how to do it. Right. So now by having a podcast, it just really sets you apart as the authority figure. It gets people to know you, to like you, to trust you. And then it gives them a reason to want to listen. And so, it kind of just brings them into your world and breaks down the barriers so that they actually want to work with you.
Mm-hmm. That's the truth. It definitely builds that rapport right off the bat in a much rapid pace because they've binged you and get to know you. Definitely. We've heard that throughout, which is great. What has been the biggest surprise that was that you didn't expect from launching your podcast that's popped up?
It's just that it's once you get in the groove of it, it's not that hard. I think that, my mentor, Russell Brunson, he told me to do it a year before I did. And it just took me longer than I had anticipated. And you don't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be perfect. You don't have to do editing. You can make mistakes. And I've had times where my daughter walks in or my dog barks or my husband, flushes the toilet, whatever it might be. And I just keep going and people appreciate it. So once you get the groove on it and you get it all set up initially, it's not that difficult. And you can do it on any subject, any person, anyone. It doesn't matter whether you're a real estate agent, an insurance salesman, you're like you and you buy notes or whatever it is that you do, it works.
Do you see, and I think being a realtor, you've got so many people that you can interview, and because there's so many different vendors and different experts that fall in that aspect of things. I think it's just an amazing thing. But I always find I don't see that many realtors doing true podcasts. There's so many out there, and I just don't see what is that kind of drive you bonkers a little bit.
Well, had I not been coaching, I absolutely would have done a real estate podcast because people get to know you. Again, it doesn't have to all be real estate. It can be what's happening in the community, local hotspots. You can interview people. It can be tips and tricks, marketing. People love marketing, entrepreneurial ideas. it doesn't have to just be real estate, but my podcast is focused on actually helping real estate agents better their business. It's more geared towards entrepreneurs, marketing, how to utilize digital marketing and social media. So I'm not going after locally, I'm going after more for my coaching. But had I not been focused on my coaching, I absolutely would be doing a podcast, because I don't think that you should have all of your eggs in one basket. And I heavily focus on teaching social media and Facebook ads and all that. But I think that you need to be much more well-versed as any type of a business owner, as any type of an entrepreneur. So that's why I think it's just a great idea to have. And if anybody would have told me that, we would have had 50,000+ downloads in since August, which is only 4.5 months, I would have not ever believed it. So I definitely say you should do it.
Has it turned out to be easier than you expected?
Yeah, absolutely. And people are always like, what am I going to talk about? What am I going to say? And that becomes a barrier initially, but as soon as you start getting on a roll, it just becomes easier and easier. And I haven't recorded a couple of podcasts lately individually, and I'm seeing myself get in my own head funk about, what am I going to talk about? What I'm going to say? So I know I just need to, give me a couple hours, go listen to a couple other podcasts, go read it, refresh myself on a couple of books, and then talk about the book that you read, or just kind of get going. And once you get going, it's easier and easier and easier. I mean, there's been times where I've recorded 6 podcasts in one, in a matter of 2 hours, because it just flows,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you get in that groove. You stick with the groove as best you can to kind of book up, store those episodes for times when you get busy, or you do hit a slower time on things like that. I think we all go through that. Mm-hmm. From your guests that you've had on, the other things, has there been something that somebody shared that was like, that was not only helped your business and your podcast, but others? Is there a thing that really stood out?
I interview a lot of top producing agents and top producing just people that have, multi-million-dollar companies or really different savvy entrepreneurial, mindsets. And one of the biggest things that almost everyone says is that you just got to go, right? People are you have to be willing just to start. It doesn't have to be perfect. You got to start, and you've got to be consistent. And I find that to be so true in business and in life, that, people are so worried about ready, aim, that they never fire, right? They're so ready, they're just getting so prepared, aiming and getting ready for it, that they never actually fire. And had you just fired, you will learn as you go. And even if you spend, a month getting ready and then 3 months aiming, and then you finally fire, you're going to still make just as many mistakes as you made had you not just gone for it. But you would have learned along the way. You would have progressed and gotten, moved forward. And most everyone always says that, as well as how important it is to keep your mind intact. Mindset is everything,
Yeah, that definitely mindset comes in. How's Russell's training helped you with your podcast? Because Russell's a great guy, and love listening to anything I can get Russell's hands on and hearing him speak. He fires me up too. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'll tell you what, before hiring Russell as my mentor and joining his inner circle, I had been trying to kind of dive into the coaching business for several years prior, and I couldn't sort of break the hack, right? And I'd hired coaches, and they had me do all these things, and it just didn't work. And it wasn't because I wasn't implementing, it just wasn't working, right? He absolutely helped me break through. I've been coaching for exactly 25 months now, and we've grossed over $7.1 million in 25 months just based upon what Russell taught me. And so that was basically, you're cute. That's basically, utilizing social media, producing content properly, promote it, getting it out there properly, right? Because you can do content, or you can create videos, or do whatever else, but if you don't properly expose it and properly produce it, it doesn't make a difference. No one sees it anyways. And he just, he taught me how to write my book. And based upon my book, I just had a training, and there was 36 people. And out of the 36 people, I said, how many of you have read my book? And 35 of them raised their hand. And just that book, producing that content and creating my funnel, is what has helped me, have over 50,000 people on my list, and to be able to have over 700-800 people go through our program and generate the money that we have.
That's phenomenal, Krista.
All from his training,
That's good stuff. Now, what has there been a door or anything that's opened up in the last few months from the podcast that you were just surprised or came out of the blue?
Not yet. I will say it really hasn't. What I will say is we're getting some really big names on the podcast. Like we just had, we just interviewed Brendan Kane, the author of 1 Million Followers. He was on it, and some pretty big names. I'm kind of surprised that are saying yes. So the thing about a podcast is it just opens up doors, right? You might try to talk to somebody forever and they don't want to talk to you. But then when you say, hey, I'd like you to be on my podcast, you're giving them value. You're supporting them. You're helping them market themselves. It's really difficult to say no to somebody when they want to be on your podcast. And don't be afraid that you initially don't have a lot of people, because what happens is the more that you grow, people start to go back and listen to previous episodes, and people that are on podcasts know that. So they just want as much exposure as possible, and it's free for them.
Yeah, that's true. It's always a great way to add that extra value versus somebody that's just like, hey, I want to pick your brain. Hey, I want to have you on my podcast so I then can pick your brain.
Yeah.
Get the message out. That's great stuff. Now, are you finding you have a full-time marketing person that helps you out with a variety? You have a full-time assistant staff that help you out with a variety of things. Have you found that obviously easier to help you delegate with things, but having an assistant is one of the most important things to taking your business to the next level? Would you agree to that, or anything you'd like to add to that?
Yes. I mean, I could never do this like on my own. I can't even imagine. I just can't, because I'm just doing a lot of things, right? I'm running a multi-million-dollar real estate company, a multi-million-dollar coaching company. I'm doing Facebook ads and YouTube and podcasts. I mean, I have to have somebody help. So, finding somebody to actually, I just record it and I send it off, and they do the show notes for me. They upload it everywhere. They do the editing and make it really, really simple. And I didn't even learn like how to do it. I actually went, John Lee Dumas, Podcasters Paradise. I took that training. I went through the training, and then I had my assistant go through the training, and we set everything up, and that was great. But after that, now that I knew how to do it, what to do it, I just passed it on. And that's the best way to actually help you actually start implementing, because doing it on your own is difficult. And you can find somebody on Fiverr that knows how to do podcasts, and it's very affordable. You don't have to spend thousands of dollars. You can actually do it for really, really affordable. You can find people on Fiverr that will work for you 40 hours a week for $600 a month. So they can learn to do anything, and you can tell them to take the training, figure it out, and boom, you're good.
There you go. Defer, delegate, or delete it to help you go to the next level. Great stuff there. Krista, what's the best way for people to connect with you or find out more about you? Best way to connect?
KristaMayshore.com. And then I would love to promote my 3 clients in 30 days. It's the number 3 clients, the number 30.com, 3 clients in 30.com. And we have a challenge that people can go through where they get coached by me for 2 weeks. The average lender and real estate agent picks up 2 new clients in 30 days. We've had people pick up 6, but on the average of the people we've had go through, the average is picking up 2 clients. So individual coaching, we teach you innovative, relevant 21st century strategies to rock your business and stand out as the authority figure, and how to actually attract business and stop chasing it. It's only $100. It's like super cheap.
There you go. Yeah. Great stuff there, Krista. Well, thank you so much for being on Pecha Pod Pitch. Your show is doing amazing things. I guarantee we'll be seeing more of you as you rock out and keep kicking butt and taking names. Thanks for being on here today.
Thanks, God. I appreciate it. Everyone go to Fire It Up with Krista Mayshore, and you are a rock star. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. All right. That was great. I like that. I think I like that. Forget the ready aim. Start with the fire and ready aim afterwards. I think it's the nugget I get from that. All right. Let's see who's the next one that we have coming on here. Oh yeah. Okay. Let's bring the next one on. Hey, deja vu all over again, huh?
I feel like we just keep talking.
So give me 1 second here. Get rock and rolling. Good stuff here. All right, everybody. Well, hey, our next guest podcasting rock star on our Pecha Pod Pitch is a lady who's got an amazing story. She absolutely just does great stuff. I think we're all out looking for more ways to get what we want. Well, she is the get what you want guru. So much that she's got a book out, Get What You Want. And she just does an amazing job with her Get What You Want podcast with Shirley. And you're going to love what she has. This lady not only is a life coach, but you know what? If you're a sports fan, you may want to pick her brain a little bit, because she does a great job. Started off really kind of being a mind coach and a scout for multiple Major League Baseball teams, start with San Diego, but she calls Phoenix, Arizona home. And we just had her on our podcast, and that close the show. and you're going to love what she's doing. She just launched a few months back with her podcast, and it's already kicking butt and taking names. So we're honored to have Shirley Owens on here on Pecha Pod Pitch. How's it going today, Shirley?
Great, Scott. Thanks for having me again.
We're
becoming best friends, I feel like.
That's right. Instead of pen pals, we're pod pals. This is
yes,
back and forth,
it's
right?
So great.
Pals. So let's share a little about your show and kind of why you started it, because I know you weren't wanting to start a podcast originally, right?
No. So I wrote a book, and I was just networking. I was on LinkedIn one day, and I saw Steve Olsher on there. I think somehow we connected on LinkedIn. And then I read something, I got something that emailed that said, earn a scholarship to mass media mass media pod. I'm looking at yours to New Media Summit. I didn't know really what it was. And I thought it might be kind of fun to just go learn about podcasts, even though I probably won't do one, but I'm going to write into this thing anyway. And I got this scholarship. And so I thought, what the heck, I'm going to go be with 200 people that I don't know by myself for 5 days. And I got there and I made multiple friends for life, you being one of them. And it was just like such an amazing experience and so many great people. And I came home, wanted to start a podcast, asked one of the guys from there what I needed. And like, I had the equipment within 4 days, and then I just stared at it for 7 months because I didn't know what to do with it.
I'm motivated. I mean, I'm not a podcaster by buying the microphone and the software. Doesn't that?
I've got it. Yeah. So, and my husband kept saying, so when does your podcast start? And I didn't even know what I was going to do, what I was going to call it. And I have a really good friend, Shay Hillenbrand. He's a 2-time all-star, baseball player. And he'd show up at my house and be like, let's get on the mic. Let's get on the mic. So I have 9 hours of just us talking because I didn't know what it was. And so he and I have 9 hours that one of these days I'm going to turn into put it on my podcast somehow or some of it.
That should be like the special behind the scenes on your
right.
Members get like Patreon account stuff, called the Shay Files.
Yes. Honestly, there's so much stuff and so much good stuff. So
now, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I just simply say, you shared on my podcast an interesting way that you launched your podcast. You share that with our audience. I committed you were at that point.
Okay, so to make a long story short, I figured out all the stuff I needed to do, which was a lot more than I thought it was to start it. And I had committed to a podcast date or a podcast launch date. And I'm a big committer to myself person. So I wasn't going to go back on that date, which was this past November 18th. And it ended up being the same day that I ended up scheduling hip surgery. So full hip replacement surgery on my podcast. And it was pretty cool. So yeah, I did it. Crazy.
From the
sometimes just got to do it.
Yeah, but you got it done. You did it. And now you're rocking and rolling there for you.
Yeah, like week 16 or 17, I think. So
that's good stuff. Now let's talk about get what you want. What's kind of the premise of your podcast? What's your focus for those that are listening?
So my guests are people that have gotten what they want, or they're on a really good path to getting what they want. Usually they've got a great story, something that happened in their life that helped them to realize that getting what we want isn't always what we think it is. That's my intro. And I think that oftentimes we think that what we want is a lot of money, a nice house, this, that, as soon as I get this, I'll be happy. As soon as I get this, I'll be happy. And really there's way more to it. And so my podcast, I talk to people who have gone through some stuff or have gotten what they wanted and realized maybe that wasn't what they wanted. Great guests, great stories. You were one of my guests. And just every single show has something to do with a way of getting what you want or learning about what it is that you actually want.
That's the truth. Now, your husband thinks it's a plan to help a book, a manual on him, correct? But it's not.
Right. That was my book. Yeah. So my book was Get What You Want from Your Man. And he's like, yeah, that's a personal manual. That's like the playbook for me, but it works. It's good. He loves it.
There you go.
So yeah.
Now, now you wrote the book and launched the podcast. Some people launch the podcast and do the book. When you were starting with the book, was that the plan with the podcast all along, or no?
No, I didn't know I wanted to have a podcast until I was actually at New Media Summit.
I know.
And maybe even until I actually got home from that and thought, these are really cool people. I want to be like them. So.
But you got guested on quite a few podcasts.
I did.
Yeah. Too, did you?
I did. I think I don't know. I think I came home with like 25 invitations, which was amazing. I was blown away. So I've done a lot of shows, been on a lot of shows, and I was really hesitant at first because I was afraid to be on camera. I was afraid that I wasn't going to answer all the questions right. And what I've learned is that when you are aligned with yourself and you're in integrity with yourself, it doesn't really matter if you speak to one person or 10,000 people. You're always speaking your truth. So I learned that a lot. It took me a little bit to realize that, but.
Have you seen an increase in the movement of your book or activity with your book sales since the podcast launched?
Oh, for sure. So yes, I've been on live TV in New York. I've been published 30 times in different articles. And it's a little bit of a combo of the two, but I think having a podcast just kind of puts you out there, and you're like, with my book, it was very focused on one thing, on how to get what you want from your man. And this is more like get what you want out of life in every scenario. And I have a couple other books coming up, but I didn't even realize I wanted to write those exactly until my podcast was launched and I started talking with people and realizing just what a great platform this is. This is my fun place though. This is what I'm learning. At first it seemed like work and I was scared. And, every interview I'd get worried about my busy days where I'd have 2 or 3 interviews in a day. And now it's like, oh, I get to go and be coached by somebody, my guest, right? So it's like free coaching, developing friends, like developing relationships. Everything that I do is about relationships. And so it's just a way to build bigger, better relationships. And I've realized that in this world, so far, at least for me, there hasn't been competition. Everyone just wants to help everybody else out. And so, yeah, a lot of my guests, I've been on their shows too. And it's so great.
That's the truth. I feel that same way too. It's a great way to get coaching or to learn about something new from the source in a lot of ways. It's not filtered down and being able to ask interesting questions. And yes, it is fun to do because it's nice having that positive endorphins every day when you get on a podcast with somebody. Yes. It's a little bit of it's a great thing versus, because I think we get so bogged down, and you and I talked about this a little bit earlier. We get so kind of bogged down in our own lives and things we're struggling with, and the fact that when we build new relationships, it takes away that negativity. It allows us to escape a lot of times, but it also gives us a great insight to be happy about where we're going. And you were mentioning, hey, we've all been through difficult times. As long as we're 6 feet above ground, we've got something to be happy about, no matter what's going on, right?
Yeah, I've had guests that have some crazy stories, and the outcomes are just so beautiful that you start to just look at the adversity that comes your way as something that's just like, wow, what am I going to be at the end of this? And so I love that part too. Yeah,
it's a great thing. And it's podcasters, you said before, have a pretty friendly and co-opetition is something we've used in other things where we're competitive. We're all wanting, hey, more downloads, more eyeballs, earballs, or shows, but we're all willing to cooperate because there's not really a lot of competition out there, right?
No, we all have our own voice and our own thing. And, someone may not resonate with me, but they're going to resonate with you. And we're just like all sharing the world of listeners. And I know for a fact that a lot of my listeners are now like friends, people that were close to me that I talk to all the time. They're like, oh, I've been listening to so-and-so's podcast, Michael Neely's podcast. Now I listen to Debbie's, or they listen to all of my friends' podcasts because they heard me on their show or I had them on my show. And so, yeah, I feel like we share listeners, and it's just been such a fun, like really good group of people. We're all like-minded, even no matter what walk of life we come from. It's just been so great. I love it. I'm gonna probably just keep telling you how great it is.
Yeah,
it's a lot of work. It is a lot of work, but I think
it is.
that
Don't
also
get me wrong.
gives
It
us
is work
power.
putting stuff together, getting people scheduled. But that's when you think about that. That's really becomes a smaller aspect of how much good is on the other side of taking that action.
Oh, for sure. And reaching out and like learning from people like you, learning from people who are out there doing the setting up of, and I've learned so much from just reaching out to all of my podcasting. Everything I've learned has been reaching out to the podcaster friends of mine.
There you go.
They've been so good about giving me advice, and that's how I was able to do it actually.
Right. Now did you just have something last night, or have something coming up locally there with a comedian or something like that?
So I was on a morning show here, and the host of the morning show, they call her Diva Danielle. She's this amazing woman. And I don't know, somehow in that 10 to 15 minutes we bonded, and she asked me to be her co-host of a show that she's producing. So on February 13th at a place called CB Live here at Desert Ridge in Phoenix, we have a audience of 300 people, and we're doing a live show on stage, and she's the comedian and I'm the relationship expert. We're going to be working through some stuff with people. So
very nice.
We've got a great opener, and yeah, it's going to be so fun. So
Good
all
stuff,
kinds of
yeah.
opportunities. I feel like I've circled the whole gamut of opportunities.
Yeah. Has there been anything that surprised you on a negative side, or something that's like, what you didn't expect from on your show podcast?
Like on my show, or just from
the show, or anything like that? Anything negative?
I would just say it was just a lot more work than I expected to get it started. There were a lot of moving pieces and parts that I didn't realize. So I really needed help. But I don't know that that's negative, but it definitely, I hear people all the time say, oh, I'm starting a podcast. Oh yeah, I've decided I'm going to start a podcast. I'm like, good luck with that. Like, I could tell you some people that could help you, because it is there. I just couldn't believe like how many moving parts to get it started. Now that it's going, it's just push this button, send, like I've gotten to the rhythm of what I need to do every day after it's done. But I couldn't have done it by myself for sure. That part, those first 7 months, my husband was just like, so have you learned how to use that equipment? So when did your show launch? I'm like, I don't even know.
So do you want to eat dinner tonight or not? Right?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Shirley, what's the best way for people to reach out to you, connect with you?
Through my website, www.getwhatyouwantguru.com. Reach out to me. I will answer any question. I do private coaching. I have radio shows, lots of stuff going on. So
there you go, everybody. Getwhatyouwantguru.com. Shirley, keep kicking butt, girl. All right. Next.
Thank you, Scott. You're the best. Everybody, Scott's the best. I love that you're doing this for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you for being a part of it. Thanks for jumping on here. It's great. And I always love it when people are willing to give information and insight to the struggle, because it's not always the easiest thing, but hey, it's very rewarding in the long run. So keep it up, and look forward to all the success you're getting.
It's so worth it. It's for sure so worth it. All right. Thanks, Scott.
Thank you. Yep. All right. Let's get our next one on here. All right. Our next guest, I think it's Kim. Shirley. Yes, it is. All right. Here we go. Let me get her on here. Boom.
Hey.
Hey. How's it going today?
Good. How about you?
Good. We're coming up on 3/4 of the way through today, so which is exciting. So
woohoo! That's awesome.
Hang on 1 second. Let me hit the record button, and we'll go from there real fast.
Okay.
All right, everybody. Well, hey, we're excited. Our next guest is an amazing image consultant, and I don't say dating and flirt coach out there who's been helping men and women really kind of get maybe not their groove back, but their game back out there when it makes things happen. She's also the host of the Charisma Quotient podcast, and does an amazing job of having guests on, but also sharing insights to help you kind of get that spark back in your life. If you're struggling and kind of maybe going through a little bit of in your life and trying to figure things out, you need to listen to her show. You need to hire her as a coach. And so we're honored to have the always wonderful Kimberly Seltzer joining us here on Pecha Pod Pitch. How's it going today?
Good. I've been excited. I was wondering if you were going to do the sound effects. I was looking forward to it. Yeah. Oh, that's so perfect for
That's
this,
perfect
right?
for your one there. So let's share a little bit about how you got into what you're doing and why you started the podcast, and we'll go from there.
Oh my gosh, it's been such an evolution. And it's funny, never in a million years did I think that I was actually going to have my own show. And it really started out with actually going on other people's shows, and then people kind of coming to me and saying, hey, I heard you on such and such show. You should have your own show. And I kept saying, yeah, maybe I should. And those maybe I shoulds kind of just turned into reality. And I suddenly was there. And so I couldn't believe that, I think what was freezing me for so long is just, first of all, having the belief that somebody wanted to listen to me, just me, and not like, me with other people, or me, just giving advice along with another expert. So what's funny is here I teach confidence, right? And how to build connections and find love. Yet I wasn't confident enough to get out my own podcast. So I kind of practice what I preach. And that is the only way that you're going to get confidence is by actually doing something, right? Is creating something and then practicing it. And so really what actually gave me that confidence was I worked with a media team, and they said, hey, we're going to help you launch the podcast. So they gave me a framework to do that. And once I had, I think, the script and the framework to start, then the rest, I think, for me, it just fell into place, because I love helping people. I love coaching people, and I love talking. So it was a good combination for me. And, also what I really enjoyed and what has been keeping me going is how you can make an impact on so many people. Before my podcast, I really, my niche was working one-on-one with people, and I still do that. But having a platform where I can reach so many people and help people all over the world, it's been mind-boggling. And, then even taking it one step further and having people then hiring me from listening to the podcast. So that's how it kind of all started, and it's just evolved, and a lot of twists and turns along the way, but here we are.
Yeah. I mean, you were doing some things. I mean, I didn't go into it, but why don't you share a little bit? Why don't you brag on yourself a little bit about some of the things that you've accomplished?
Well, yeah. Okay. So before this, I enjoy speaking. So I've been, I speak a lot on stage. I do workshops. And I think what you alluded to, Scott, is I do these Flirt Academy workshops all over. And I love like kind of the people contact kind of thing. I also do makeover intensive weekends where I take people shopping and I teach them how to flirt and feel good on the outside. And then being a therapist as well, I then go inward and help people and kind of bring it home. And so that people kind of attract what they want. And whether that's in business or love, it's all about self-love really at the end of the day. And so I do that in many different ways. And so whether it's speaking or doing workshops, I also, do a lot of one-on-one phone coaching, and I do these, intensive weekends and whatnot, and now podcasting. So
what have you seen as a direct result of the podcast that's going to maybe surprise you, or just kind of you didn't think would happen, that has been a result of having the charisma quotient? That's
a great question, Scott. I had no clue the impact that this show would have. And like I said, reaching, first of all, so many people, but then having people, hop on the phone with me and said, hey, I've been listening to you, and I've been following you, and I've been binge listening to you, and I want to get a handle of my love life, and I know you can help me. So I've been able to actually convert people into clients way faster because they know, like, and trust me. And I'm not trying to be like a sleazy saleswoman or anything, because and this is like anything, right? And we all say this. I started this really from my heart. I didn't have any other purpose other than just wanting to get information out there, and I enjoy it. And I think when you come from that place of authenticity and passion, that's when you truly are able to connect with people. It's when you are able to really help people. And that's what I have seen come out of the show. And so it's just been mind-boggling.
Yeah, I would agree to that. It's definitely great insight. Anytime you can be more authentic, and it's hard to be unauthentic as a podcaster, because it's something you'd have to keep up every episode. So it's easy to be authentic, right?
Right. It's hard to fake authenticity. I will say that. And I think the other thing that's been really powerful, I do something really unique on there. Besides bringing experts, I also do live coaching on there. And then I will bring people back, and I have episodes called Where Are They Now? And I have people tell what worked for them, and people tell their success stories, and whether I worked with them, one-on-one or phone coaching, or even just one session on the podcast. I think it's been so inspiring for other people, because then I'll talk to people and say, oh my God, I heard Betsy talk and I so related to her, and it helps us all feel like we're not alone out there. I think there's such in this virtual world that we live in our efforts to be more connected virtually, we're actually becoming way more disconnected. And so what's so powerful again about the podcasting world is that I feel like it's the one platform that can really truly combine both worlds, because it is a virtual thing, but yet it's real, and it's real people, and it's talking. So for me, there's nothing else like that.
I love that quote. I'm going to use that later for some, but I'm going to give you access. I'm going to give you credit for it a couple of times. But that's the thing. I kind of dissecting a little bit, because I know you see a lot of podcasters. I see a lot of podcasters. We're in that community. We're networking. Does it bother you when you're like going through things and you see people kind of do a half-assed job on their podcast image? With things, with artwork, and because I guarantee it drives me bonkers. It's got to drive you ape shit sometimes when you see my God, don't do that, right?
Yeah, that's fine. Well, I do that with everything, right? Just because I do feel. I mean, look, and you and I talked about this. Actually, Scott came on my show. I'm just saying. So watch it. I came on your show. We talked about image and first impressions, and actually the artwork and your image that's portrayed out to the world needs to match your voice. And so that's the thing that bothers me, is when there's incongruency. It's not that, you can have your own style, or you can have something that maybe is not like totally perfect and well done and put out there. But if it's not matching who you are and what you're trying to do and get the message out, that's when I feel like also it backfires, and then there's a disconnect, right? And then people can't feel you. So that's why I always say, really be clear on your brand, what your messaging is, and make sure that you visually put that together, because it's not just your voice. There's a visual aspect to podcasting, and like what you and I are doing right now. A lot of people, have video along with the podcast, and that also is important. Or even if you're doing social media, it's got to be consistent, and it's got to be visually pleasing. I'll just say it that.
There you go. Your podcast needs an image consultant.
Yeah. Hey, now I think we have a new business arising.
I think so. I think you know what? I might use that as a quote as well too. There.
Love it.
You're gonna get credit for that.
And you can help me. You totally can. I will do it together.
Yeah, there we go. I'll quote you on that in my article I got to get out this week, the Podcast Business Journal, on that. But that's
love it.
And that's what I'm doing. I'm actually going through and pulling quotes from everybody that's been on here today. That's going in an article first thing in the morning to Podcast Business Journal. So it'll be a kind of a little extra bonus thing. But where do you see your podcast going? Where do you see it going in the next 12 months or 24 months? Or is it hard to see that far because you're having a lot of different growth and things happening?
That's a really good question. It's funny because with my other parts of my business, you have to really think ahead because of like campaigns that you might do, or, different trends that are happening or different times a year. With my podcast, I've been so organic and kind of more like really focusing on like each week, each month, each topic. And I think because of that, it's been building. But I mean, a goal for me overall is that I would just like to reach more people. But I do want to give people confidence out there thinking about starting a podcast or anything like that. You know, it's not like I have ginormous numbers or anything like that, but the quality of my listeners have been amazing. And so I used to be not so confident when I started that I didn't have the numbers or the downloads, but the quality of the people and the dedication of the audience has just been mind-boggling. So for me, that's been even more impressive, but I would like to have it be reached in a bigger way. And, you know, I'm thinking about different ideas in order to do that.
I love that answer. That's a great way. Cause yeah, but we have to kind of forecast where we're going, cause we got to pay bills and cash flow and things like that. But
right.
So many left turns come out of the blue and positive things from podcasting. It's hard to pre-plan things out because things are always happening. So.
Yeah. Well, and sometimes, I mean, it's kind of I always compare everything, you know, this to dating, right? It's a little like dating. Like you can't have too much of an agenda when you go on a podcast. Cause I mean, there's a lot of magical things that can happen from a podcast if you just really stay in that moment. And, you know, if you really focus on the present and not get too far ahead and also not dwell on things that didn't work and you just stay right here, it's like staying in your lane, right in that present. For me, that's been a sweet spot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's where everybody finds success is staying in their lane, staying focused, and giving time for your actions to really sprout fruit to grow, and versus hopping around back and forth and trying a multitude of different things and never giving it enough opportunity to grow. So
And if I can add, I just thought of this, is the consistency. I think what helped me is that I have a producer who helps, you know, kind of edit everything and get it out and all that. You know this. It makes me stay on task and on target so that I'm consistent with getting them out. I think if I didn't have something else like that holding me to it, I can see how easily you can kind of fall behind or like, oh, maybe not this week, but you can't lose that momentum. That's another thing I think is important.
That's awesome. Definitely. What's the best way for people to reach out to you, to connect with you and learn more about you?
Well, obviously my website is seltzerstyle.com. Seltzer is SELTZER style.com. I'm all over social media. You know, Instagram is Kimmy Seltzer and Seltzer Kimberly is Facebook, but I think you'll be okay in finding me. Charisma Quotient, of course, is my podcast.
Good stuff there. Well, hey, congratulations, all success. Keep up all the great work, and we'll see you around, Kimberly. All righty.
Oh, and Scott, thank you so much for including me. I so appreciate it and was honored to be here.
Honored to have you. Thanks so much. Thanks for delivering such great stuff and sharing so much knowledge on here.
Thanks, Scott. Bye.
Thanks. Bye. All right. That will bring us up here. I'm going to bring on the next person, everybody. That was good. Boom, boom, boom. Attendee. There we go. Next guest. Sure. Yep. I think our next guest is John. Yes, it is. Good stuff. Aha! This is good. All right. John? There he is.
Yes, sir. How you
there
doing, Scott?
He is. What's going on, man?
It's good to see you, brother.
You too, man. Looking good. You're getting lean. You're leaning up some, huh?
Yeah, I've dropped about 35 pounds since the last time I saw you, man. It's out of necessity more than anything. I'm getting old and got to keep up with these teenage kids that I've got running around. But it's great. It's great, man. I'm doing exceedingly well, better than I should be.
That's good, man. Well, hang on a second. We'll make sure and get some more of that going here in just a second. Hang on. Let me pull this up. All right, everybody. Well, hey, we are back with a buddy of mine who is the founder of the Texas Podcasters Association and he's the head honcho over at Game Day Media out of San Antonio, Texas. He's also one of the big guys behind SportsCon that's taking place in Orlando at the same time or the day or two before Podfest is going on there. So he's got some big irons in the fire. besides producing all sorts of great stuff there in San Antonio in the podcast community. But his new podcast, Senior Care FM, is a guiding voice in finding the best senior care solutions for you and your loved ones, no matter where your needs fall on the senior care spectrum. He'll be sharing information, give you resources to confidently determine what senior care solution is best based on situation and preferences. And we are honored to have a fellow podcaster and buddy of ours, John Largent, join us here on Pecha Pod Pitch, man.
Hey, Scott, how are you doing, man? Thank you so much for putting on this event. It has been amazing. I've been in and out all day, but I've been following since you started. And I wouldn't even say a spigot of knowledge. I would say the Niagara Falls of knowledge that's been going on all day has been amazing. And I can't wait to do this and everything going on tomorrow and Saturday. So congratulations for putting this together, first of all.
Well, hey, thanks, man. It's people like you and others coming on here. Maybe not Niagara Falls in like bucket-sized shots today. For the
yeah, there you go.
You know, we're going to turn it on the real faucets the next couple of days with some longer stuff. But thanks, man. But, I wanted to approach it a little bit differently with you because you've been really doing some great things in the San Antonio, Texas market. With your different podcasts and your production company, everything I go on. So why don't we talk a little about that and kind of how you got started and where your focus is at these days?
Yeah. Thank you. So I was a hospital administrator and I did that for 27 years. And about 3.5 years ago, I put a date on a calendar and said, I've been doing a podcast for fun called Tailgate Radio. Still do it. And it's all about everything that happens outside of the stadiums and the arenas and the tracks and anywhere there's a sporting event. And I've been doing that since 2007 on a weekly basis. So, 13 years is a long time to do a weekly podcast. And so I found myself in a situation where it was like I was in a career, I wouldn't say rut, but I just didn't see any opportunity to do the other things I wanted to do. So I put a date that I wanted to do podcasting full time. And December 1st, 2017, I quit my job and took a lease on a small space in downtown San Antonio. And I'm happy to say we're still doing business. And we just actually moved into a 2,000 square foot facility last month. And we have a live stream studio, 2 podcast studios, a classroom, and it's really a nice self-contained community that we're starting to put together. And it's been awesome.
Yeah, you're doing a great job with the community and growing. Congratulations on the new office size. That's always really awesome. With what you're doing, and now you're putting on SportsCon. Let's talk a little about that, if you don't mind, because I know you're really excited about that. I mean, you were the podcast host of the AAF that lasted around for a couple of months there too, with the Crusaders from San Antonio. I was all excited about that while it lasted. But let's talk about SportsCon. What was your idea to kind of get that started?
Yeah. So, our humble beginnings, our company is called Game Day Media, and that came from doing the tailgating stuff. And then when I curated, it was really cool. We did have a Alliance of American Football team here that only lasted a few months, but I basically put out open auditions for hosts. I didn't want to host it. I just wanted to kind of steer the ship from behind the microphone and bring in fans. We had these 3 people that were amazing. And over the course of the season, we started really early. I don't even know if the team had a name yet. And we were at all the events. We got press credentials. We interviewed the president of the team and Moose Johnston, who was the GM. And we just had unfettered access to this team. And unfortunately, we lasted much longer than they did. But the last episode, we did a live stream just on the fly. I was holding the phone up and taking calls. And we had like 20,000 people that were watching and listening. And it was like, okay, this is a really unique space to be in this genre. And so that kind of started the juices flowing as far as what we could do for people all over that are in the sports, esports, and gaming communities. And so I talked with Chris Kremitzos over at Podfest, and I said, this is an idea. what do you think? And he's like, let's do it. He's one of those guys. He's like, he wrote a book called Start Ugly. And so we've put this together. We've got a great group of people. It's a one-day mini conference at PodFest. And if you have tickets to PodFest, you can come to Sports PodCon, whether you're in sports or not, because there's going to be some really great speakers there. But I envision this. We've already had conversations with people that, through finding out about it, they were like, well, next year, we should do multiple tracks with women in sports and have just a gaming track and have fantasy sports. So I really feel like it's going to take off, and it's just kind of planting. If you're a fan of Eddie Izzard, it's all about planting your flag. And so we're planting our flag this year. And eventually I see this thing growing into an event of its own, but we are so grateful and so thankful that Chris is allowing us to really ride on his shoulders for PodFest this year. But I think it's going to be a great event.
Well, you've done a great job. I mean, there's no doubt it's going to be a great event, because you've done a great job with other micro events, like with the San Antonio, was it Business Week, Small Business Week that we came down there, down there, and then PodFest before, and then you were also a speaker at the San Antonio Podcasters conference that took place that Jennifer put on too. So no doubt about that. With you building things and starting things, you said plant the flag. I love that quick. Got to plant the flag and start your whatever it is. What's been the thing that maybe has frustrated you a little bit the most with podcasting, or podcasters that you see out there?
Yeah, on the podcasting side, I think the frustration, and it's a self-frustration, is it's so hard to keep up with the advances in technology. Mm-hmm. Something like transcribing. I'm old school, and I come from the medical world. Transcribing is a thing that we did. And so I had hired some medical transcriptionists to transcribe our podcasts for all the, we have multiple clients, and it was efficient. It wasn't necessarily cost effective. And then you find out technology like Temi exists, where you can just run your thing and it gets it 95% right. And you can have someone go in there and fix the 5% and do it really quickly. So that's been my frustration with podcasting, but it's all good stuff. Mm-hmm. I'm just of the age, my kids always give me a hard time. They said I'm the old man, shaking the shoe, or these darn kids, but I just really, for me, it's just, there's so much good stuff out there that I want to try it all. I want to experiment with it and see what would work best for us and our clients. And there's just not enough time in the day, and you can get that overload and just feel like, whoa, there's so much going on. So that's been my frustration.
Yeah, it is. But you've done a really good job delegating, and then also adding roles to helping out that, or helping delegate tasks out, or offsetting that stuff with other people too, and staff, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We have some VAs. We've added staff internally. All of the financial stuff, as far as taxes and things like that, are all outsourced now. When you start, it's just you. And we've had the luxury now of being able to outsource the things so that we can focus on producing just really outstanding content. And we've done some amazing stuff. Not that we've did it. Not that we've done it. We've just had some amazing people come in our studio, and we've had the opportunity to produce their content. So that's been amazing.
Where do you see your role in game day media and everything going on with the Texas Podcaster Association over the next couple of years? Do you have any forecasting or things or thoughts where you're going to be heading?
Yeah, I think, and that's something I'd like to talk to you about, but I do think that there's an opportunity for us to do something statewide here. I know Jennifer did a great job with her event. I think there are opportunities to do more of those kind of things. And there's so many talented people. I think the challenge that most of us have that are trying to build a community is that it's fractured. There's some great communities out there, but the left hand's not talking to the right hand. And if we can figure out a way to bridge that gap so that all the communities, I know Austin has a very vibrant podcasting community. San Antonio does too, but they come out of the woodwork, and they have established shows and they have their audiences, but even as close as I am, as close as you are, probably, you don't know all the people that are doing that, and you would love for them to contribute to the community. And so that's one of the things I'm really going to focus on. We're going to do some live podcast events at a comedy club this year. So we're going to do like 3 podcasters, and they're going to do a live show with a live audience and have, Phil Donahue style, Oprah style. And I think that's going to be fun. And I think that's going to help bring the community together too. So
that's good. As long as you didn't say Jerry Springfield style. There
yeah,
you go.
No folding chairs and all that stuff. Yeah.
You were wrong. He is your podcast father.
That's right.
Now, Senior Care FM. Let's talk about that a little bit with a little bit of time we got left there.
Yeah. Absolutely. So my background's in healthcare, and I'm a certified senior advisor. And what's happened is there's just this tsunami of people that are turning 65. 11,000 people every day are turning 65, and that's going to happen for the next 18 years. It's going to be over 70 million people in just a short time that are going to, come of that age, and the folks that are 85% or 85 years and older are that population is going to grow by 200%. And these people are in a place where they're going to need help. Their families are going to need help, because what happens now is that the only time people think about senior care is when someone goes into the hospital. They've had a fall, they've had a stroke, they've had something catastrophic happen in their lives, and they're struggling to find the answers. And as any industry grows with the number of people that are kind of moving up in the age bracket, there are all these services that come out of the woodwork, and some of them are great and some of them are not so great. And so this show is going to be primarily designed to shield people and give them good information and bring them great resources. And I hope an offshoot of that, and one of the things I'm working on kind of behind the scenes right now, is building a platform to train people to help in a consultative manner and have a new business for themselves and help seniors and their families in their particular market anywhere in the country. And this is I don't want to say it's a calling, but I guess it is. It's something that it's been, dear to my heart for forever. And I think, we don't do a great job of taking care of our seniors in this country as well as we should. And so yeah, man, I'm planting my flag there too. And we're going to build a network of people through this podcast and other things we do to make sure that our seniors and our senior population are well taken care of.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. That's one of the 5 biggest emerging markets out there they've talked about is helping with the elderly. Because I don't think there are enough resources. I was, making the BNI networking around November, and was really surprised to see more, Medicaid experts out there. That's all they do. It's like, I don't remember seeing you anywhere when I was here a couple of years ago, but they've really blossomed, and there's opportunities there to really do some good and help those out there.
Yeah. And there's already a shortage. That's the thing, there's already a shortage. It doesn't necessarily affect all areas. I think, things like independent living, assisted living, those things are popping up everywhere. And so the housing piece is keeping track, but just the individual caregivers say, I'm not ready, as a 70 or 80-year-old person to move out of my home. They bring caregivers into their home. And that's the largest profession in the country right now. And it's still at a deficit. And that's going to continue to grow. So we're going to bring some really great content through experts, through ideas, through training and planning ahead and all those things. And I'm really excited about this show. A lot of people didn't realize that I had a healthcare background. They said, well, this is a kind of a deviation from tailgating. And it is, but it's something that, I get to take one hat off. Your last guest was talking about being authentic. And, when you have a split personality, because you do the sports stuff on one end, and that's how most people know you, but then you've got this other side, you have to still struggle to be authentic in both spaces. And so, that's a challenge, a branding challenge for us to do too. But it's so far those paths diverge so much that there's not a lot of crossover,
right.
Which makes it fun too.
There you go. Good stuff. Well, hey, John, how can people reach out to you, get a hold of you? I see somebody on here who is a admin in the Austin Podcast Association, in case he wants to reach out to you and network as well. What's the best way for people to reach out to you to find more about you? Yeah, absolutely. Game Day Media is our website, gamedaymedia.us. And you can always reach me at john@gamedaymedia.us. Well, awesome, man. We'll keep up the great stuff, man. Plant that flag and go get it done, brother. And we'll see you in a couple weeks in Orlando. All right.
And thank you for planting your flag with us. This has been awesome.
Thanks, John. Appreciate it. Good stuff. All right. Good stuff. We'll bring on the next podcaster. Hang on here. Boom. There we go. All right. I think it is. There we go. I'm looking forward to this one. Okay. Let's bring on Lily. There she is. Oh, hang on. Let me unmute you. Say something.
Hello, am I on?
There we go. Awesome. Great stuff there. All right, hang on 1 second. Hang on here real fast. Okay. All right, everybody. Well, hey, we are rocking and rolling here. We are in the final stretch here in the last 2 hours of Pecha Pod Pitch, and I'm excited to have a very special guest on here. I met this lady recently out at the most recent Austin Podcasters meetup a couple weeks ago, and she's got a great message, a great thing she's starting with her podcast, and I'm going to probably butcher this, but Pecha Pesqueda, Lily for short, she goes by, is the host of the NARC podcast. Now, what the NARC stands for is Narcissistic Abuse Recovery Collaborators. It was born out of tragedy and conceptualized out of the desire to survive and help others who might be experiencing similar trauma. Healing is a multifaceted and challenging endeavor, and NARC would like to make that journey easier. Pecha Pesqueda has been a teacher for over 40 years in both high school and college classrooms. She possesses a master's degree in communications, English, and guidance and counseling. She'll be collaborating with others, including Beth Emery, who's a licensed social worker and business degree, and others who will contribute with monthly interviews. Ms. Pesqueda began writing articles for Medium after covert narcissistic husband suddenly discarded her in June of 2019. In the months that followed, the success of her writing has grown to podcasts, a website, and blog that will be up and running soon, and other platforms and social media things. I hope you tune in to her journey and learn a lot of things that will help you and others on their healing journey. And so we're honored to have you tonight on Pecha Pod Pitch.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
So let's talk a little bit about NARC. I mean, you've got really kind of a personal side to that and launching this aspect of it. And we were talking at the meetup there, and you guys are really, really passionate about getting this out there and helping others who are going through the same thing, right?
Absolutely. I have met so many people in the last 7 months who want to take their experiences and somehow leverage that into something that they can use to help others. I think that that's just part of the progression of feeling better, is to figure out what you can do to help others, because I think there's some healing to be had through helping others heal. So from my own personal experience, this whole journey began back in June, 7 months ago. And I've always been a writer, but I hadn't been writing about this because I wasn't too sure what was happening until I was in it a little bit more. I know when I was in school, the whole topic of narcissism was like one chapter in a psych book, and we didn't spend a whole lot of time talking about it. And I think it's definitely a growing phenomenon. We see it in all aspects of our society at all levels. We see leaders, top CEOs, people in power who definitely seem to have some kind of personality disorder that is accepted because these people are often very charismatic and charming and high functioning. So it's kind of a shock for people to know that there's a whole darker side to that persona, and that behind that mask, there's a very dysregulated, maladapted individual that's struggling with lack of emotions and empathy and things like that. So it's definitely something that's coming into public awareness. It's getting on people's radar. I know when it was probably the end of July before I started writing the articles for Medium. And since then, I've done quite a few. And I've received so much feedback from those articles with people reaching out and saying, wow, that really resonated with me. Now this part makes sense and that part makes sense. And I'm doing my own due diligence in trying to dig a little deeper and unpack all the parts of this that I need to process it for my own recovery. And getting that kind of feedback and validation from people who are suffering and who are just, their world is turned upside down. It is very rewarding.
I would imagine so, because anytime when you go through something traumatic, holding it in, hiding it, and really kind of makes it fester, and I think makes it worse for a lot of people. And being able to share this not only is very courageous on your part, but also I'm sure it's healing being able to share that, and then also helping others to heal as well too, as you're finding and getting feedback and hearing other stories of discovery and things like that, huh?
I'm learning and growing as I go, and I think it's helping me a great deal to be of service to others. There's just so much misinformation about it. One of my main purposes for doing this podcast is to educate. And being a teacher with so many years in the classroom, that's just very easy for me to pop into that whole didactic mode and try to lead people to a higher understanding of something. That's what I do all day. I'm still teaching in the classroom 10 hours a day. So I do want them to understand that everyone has a little bit of narcissism, but we're talking about on the DSM chart, on the spectrum of cluster B disorders. Narcissism is right there with sociopathy and psychopathy. And these individuals, whether it's a parent or a spouse or whoever it is, wreak quite a bit of havoc in the lives of people who are close to them. Mm-hmm. So I want to educate people about, there's a whole language, vocabulary of terminology that goes just with the whole cluster B disorders. And I have discovered that as far as therapists go, there's a dearth of therapists in Austin and everywhere. I would think Austin would be, of all places, in the vanguard of leading the whole awareness about this thing. But they're not. There's a handful of people with a long waiting list, and so many therapists have not been trained. They don't know how to respond. And to go to treatment and get a generic blanket, oh, you're going through a divorce, let's march you through the 7 stages of grief, is really inappropriate and can be counterproductive. There are specific things happening in the recovery of something like this. Trauma bonding, cognitive dissonance, gaslighting, blame shifting, repression, projection, word salad. There's just a million things that are pretty much specific to this cluster B category of disorders that these therapists need to be aware of in order to help their clients, to help their patients. You see a growing number of life coaches and people like this who specialize in narcissistic abuse recovery. There's a reason for that, because there's a gap in the market of mental health providers who can actually address the issue. So education is a big part of it. Also, instead of just making it like a textbook, I hope that the podcast can also show the human side of it. We're going to have one interview per week. I just finished my first interview this past weekend with a person that I had met through some of these support groups here, and she talks about her experience in recovery. And I think that it's just absolutely imperative that you build your own tribe of support, because unless you have experienced something like this, you really don't believe it. It's almost unbelievable what it's like and what the issues can be and how difficult they are to resolve. A lot of the people involved in it have addictions, not in the sense of substance abuse, but behavioral addictions, like they're love addicts or relationship addicts or something like this. They have codependency, some of them, other attachment disorders, anxious attachment styles. There's just a lot of things to complicate it, to make recovery difficult, to be able to separate and get those healthy boundaries, to get to a place where you have your identity intact, separate from the narcissist. So through these interviews, through the subject matter we're going to cover, hopefully we can offer tips for healing, to look at ways where people can make progress. One of the scariest things I can tell you about what I've seen so far is that in a lot of these meetings, some people are progressing very well, 1 year, 2 year out. They seem to be able to chart kind of like a progression of being able to be better. But there's other people in there who are 8, 9, 10 years out, and they're right where they were in the first year, and they're stuck in a loop. And I think all of us are kind of terrified that we're going to end up like that and be one of the ones that never leaves that place of confusion and shock and frustration and hurt and doubt and despair and just all these terrible things. So that's my intention. I have many pieces to the podcast. I'm going to have a website that's going to go up in the next few weeks. Nice. On the website, we're going to link everything together. The Medium articles that I have written were the springboard for the podcast. I harvested those topics to make the podcast. So they, in many ways, go together. But I'm also developing, I have a Facebook group called NARC, Narcissistic Abuse Recovery Collaborators, that you can join on Facebook. I'm also going to have, I have Instagram, Twitter, Pinterest, a lot of different places to go to just look around, get information, connect with other people, do some collaboration, just maybe read an affirmation or a scripture or something like that to help. So there's going to be a lot of moving pieces that will be available on that website.
Right. Well, you've done a great job of building that community around that, but also you've been leveraging your local community as well too here in Austin too, with the experts to help you get resources and get things rocking and rolling too. That's how important has that been?
Well, it is important to connect with the people who are experiencing this and with the mental health professionals. I have found a few that we may be talking with in coming weeks and months who can shine some light on this whole process. I think everybody's quick to say that there's a lot of different modalities for healing that are out there. I know over the summer, and thank goodness I'm a teacher and I was off over the summer, so the worst part of this, I had off for vacation, and that's how I spent my vacation this summer of 2019, was trying to get my footing enough to return to work. And there's just so much conflicting information. Some will say, well, you need medication. You need to have prescriptions to regulate your moods, SSRIs and neurotransmitter blockers. And it's a chemical thing in the brain and the body, and you have to have some medicine to help you deal with that. And they were handing me prescriptions right and left to do that. I know that I went to acupuncture. I went to like healers, energy healers, doing pranic healing and meditation. I went to Reiki to get Reiki massage. I've been looking into the craniosacral massage to try to do that. I've been reading every book I can get my hands on. I did divorce care, which is a scripture-based divorce recovery program at the church.
But a lot of resources for you, basically.
Also many resources, and it's really like a buffet.
Right.
You have to go through the line and try it. Just try a bite and see if it fits you, and if it doesn't, put it down and just pick the things that do work for you, and just kind of maybe take that approach, because there's just so much out there. There's even programs online.
Right. Lily, I don't want to cut you off. We're running out of time here on your session here for you, but you've done an amazing job. You've got a long way to go, but you've got some great people, great resources, and doing a tremendous job. So we look forward to your success with NARC, and look forward to what the rest of the year holds for you.
Yes, you can search for me, Pesqueta, the last name, and then NARC, Narcissistic Abuse Recovery Collaborators. And I should pop up on most of these sites. Yep. Sometimes the username's a little bit different, but searching my last name and then the NARC and then the whole thing, you should be able to locate me.
Yeah, we've also got a link on the Mass Media Summit.live with your logo that'll take them straight to your podcast as well for you as well.
Awesome.
Too.
And I have a Gmail address. It is NARC2Thrive. That's NARC, the number 2, and then thrive at gmail.com.
Awesome. Thank you, Lily. Thank you so much for being a part of Pecha Pod Pitch.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, that was good. Let's go on here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go. All right. And then we've got, let's see here, the alpha coming on here. There he is. So hang on, unmute you.
There we go.
There, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Give me 1 second here real fast.
I'm going to scooch over this way. I'm going back to my usual spot.
There you go.
How's it going, man?
Good stuff, man. Awesome, good stuff. Well, everybody out there, we are honored to have another international podcaster, as I like to say. Adam Lewis Walker is a leadership speaker, TEDx, 2 times best-selling author and coach. He hosts the top-ranked podcast, Awaken Your Alpha, interviewing the world's elite minds in over 380 episodes since early 2014. He also helps aspiring TEDx speakers to achieve their own talk through his TEDx Accelerator program. From this work, he shares the how to get a TEDx talk in the complimentary Talk Accelerator podcast. Great stuff. I know we got a lot of people that are wanting to speak more. A former teacher and international pole vaulter. In 2008, Adam was attempting to reach the Olympics when his career was cut short by a freak accident. He hit rock bottom and he had to rebuild his dreams and identity. And in 2013, he co-authored The New Rules of Success, sharing his no-nonsense approach to health, family, and leadership. The success of this best-selling book led to the creation of the podcast and Adam's quest to share inspirational stories, strategies, and insights to be the leader in your life. As a coach and mentor, he works to cultivate the mindset needed to accelerate excellence and fulfillment while getting results. As a speaker, Adam gave the TEDx talk, Awaken Your Alpha, How to Rise Up, and has been featured on the Huffington Post, ESPN, Podfest, Influencers Ready, and many other media outlets. In 2018, Awaken Your Alpha, Tales and Tactics to Thrive became an international bestseller. And its October release. This book is based on the 5 years research from his podcast. He's a proud parent to Dylan and Harrison with his wife, Christina. Originally from West Sussex in the south of England, Adam recently achieved a lifelong dream moving his family to America. So I apologize. You are now an American podcaster, formerly from England.
I apologize.
Good to have you, man. How's it going today?
I apologize. Good. I apologize for giving you the long bio. Sorry about that. Even I was thinking, God, just stop. Just saying that. I'm sorry. That could have been half of that. Sorry. That's
you know what?
Isn't it?
We're done. We're done with your time. Everybody knows about you. We can go to the next guy. Right?
Apologies. What an idiot. There we go.
No, that's okay. So talk about it, because you built up your podcast. You're launching a new one, the Talk Accelerator. Awaken Alpha. You've got some really big things going. Has it kind of been blown you away with the success you've had, or is it kind of expected?
Definitely not blown away with the success. I feel probably like a lot of people. I'm a work in progress. I think we all are. I think you're doing awesome, mate. I'm always impressed whenever I come and in contact with you and see what you're up to. But no, I'm on a mission. The Awaken Your Alpha book, that was a big part of the mission. So I feel more relaxed that that's out. Been out for over a year or so. So that's good. But yeah, no, the Talk Accelerator podcast is a nice evolution and kind of feels a big creative edge that kind of come out of the Awaken Your Alpha journey with doing sort of a TEDx talk in 2016 and then being involved with another one in 2018. And people always ask me, how do you podcast? How do you TEDx? And I got marginally more excited with TEDx. I'm excited about all of the platforms, but, I definitely noticed I get a bit more fired up, and it's such a evolving and interesting subject as well. And the TEDx events are just also different. So it's a real opportunity to help people there, and I'm always learning on that front as well.
Sure. What advice would you give somebody who's thinking about getting a TEDx talk or wants to do that? What's the first couple suggestions you would tell them to do, the first couple steps to get ready for it?
well, this is a pitch session. I was actually just thinking, God, this sounds bad, but listen to the Talk Accelerator podcast would really help. And that's part of the reason I put it there. But first thing, yeah, do some research. One of the first things I do, usually just adjust people's expectations with, you know, what it actually takes to get a TEDx talk, what the commitment level is, and the timelines as well. A lot of people say, like, oh, I'm not ready. I'm not gonna, or you know, I'll look into that when I'm ready. But you know, it's a realistic ambition. If you actively go after one, to get one within a year. And, you know, that's the kind of like 6 months, maybe to 18 months, depending on the timings of events and stuff. So I'd suggest don't wait. If it interests you, you know, there's lots of information out there. Listen to something like the Talk Accelerator, because what the idea with that is it's very unique. There isn't anything else like that out there, in terms of I interview a TEDx speaker, a TEDx organizer for 18 minutes on the nose every week. And also, we only talk about how to get a TEDx.
Right.
We don't go off into their story unless it's kind of woven in, but it's like very structured, like in a Pecha Pod kind of structure. Like we've got certain amounts of times, like pre-talk, talk, post-talk, applications. What would you do differently? What worked well? What didn't work well? Minor performance details. So unless you're into TEDx talks, it would be the worst podcast for you to listen to, because it's just so like. And I like to go deep, because the Awaken Your Alpha podcast is my baby. And that's, you know, that's more the, you know, the holistic 30-minute interview about, it's got a structure, but, you know, it's got more room to move in. And, you know, interviewed, you know, Olympic medalists, you know, not billionaires yet, but half billionaires, you know, Super Bowl winners, you know, all sorts of people in there. And the Talk Accelerator just really digs into the one subject. And in a business sense, the TEDx or Talk Accelerator came after the process of working with people for well over a year. Mm-hmm. And that was a byproduct of one of the aspects of, for my clients, I actually go and interview talks, event organizers they're interested in getting on. And that's kind of like a nice bit of special sauce that I found over the last year or so.
Well, and that's the big thing. I know you've had people pushing you to start that Talk Accelerator, and you had it up. Should I do this? Should I not? And then like a bunch of us like, what are you thinking? Let me get the baseball bat to beat it, or maybe, you know, just a.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I was gutted when I was at the mastermind, and I was like, so what do you think about? Should I have a podcast of this as well? And I was thinking, I've got I'm not attached to the idea. I'm like, because I've podcasted for so long. I'm like, the last thing I thought I wanted was another podcast. And everyone was like, yes, great idea. Yes. And I was like, damn. But it is really good and different. And obviously, I've learned a lot over the last 6 years podcasting. So I'm very disciplined and regimented. It is what it is, as I said. I don't, you know, it serves a good purpose before I even put it out there. And I'm well ahead on and recording. So I don't let it dominate too much time. And I've managed to focus on the clients and helping people get TEDx talks.
There you go. Good stuff. What's been the biggest surprise? I know you've had such great stuff happen to you, but what would you say has been the biggest surprise that's resulted from Awaken Your Alpha and then the new podcast, if there's been a different one on either one?
Biggest surprise for across the both of them, probably more the Awaken Your Alpha, is just being relentless and turning up for that amount of time, and just anyone who's getting going or like going through a tough spot it doesn't have to be a podcast in life or whatever they're doing. You know, if it's important to you, just keep going. And even for something like Awaken Your Alpha, I mean, what it may, you know, lack in certain areas, or you say, yeah, I'll do this differently second time round, longevity, you know, the stats, I'm sure they've been repeated through loads of people for these sort of events, about how few people start a podcast and then how few people actually continue past 7 episodes, and then how few shows are actually actively putting out content. Yeah. And so for 6 years, you know, you get into that smaller percentage off the bat. And even if you was doing everything wrong, you've got such a wealth of knowledge on what not to do. So, I'm not paying the confusion. And so then when you do go for like, you know, say like a new podcast, it's completely different. They're just like chalk and cheese in terms of, and I like that. So yeah, that would there's just so many ways to do a podcast, set up a business. And I really say, think it through so it fits for you, not for what someone's telling you is a great way to set it up necessarily. Take on board and, you know, get advice, but then you've got to go with something that I always tell people that you believe you could sustain regardless whether it goes good or bad, you know, for years, let alone, you know, a couple of months.
Right. Do you think that your history as an athlete, professional athlete, and being dedicated and training and showing up on a daily basis like that has helped you sustain that longevity with the podcast? Because you're dedicated and diligent in your training, and you see the results from putting the time in the studio.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think it's definitely like the you know, the hockey stick improvement. Just when you think it's getting really tough, and there's been lots of times over the 6 years I've really questioned things, and you know, you've thought of giving up and changing course, and obviously there's been adjustments. I think it's important to reassess and evolve. But then you know, that's a lot of times that's when there's, you know, you've hit a plateau and there's a little push through if you can, you know, keep with it. But like you say, that dedication and sticking to one thing, I've got a lot better of being aware of the peripherals, because it's never exactly how you think. And it's important to not just have your head down and just bang out episodes willy-nilly, regardless of what's going on, because I could do that. Definitely. It's important to, you know, smell and say, why you keep, you know, ask why are you doing this? What's working well? What's not working so well? And not just sticking to something because you said you would. Because I very much, if I say I'm doing something. So I have to be aware that, you know, sometimes it's okay to reassess and think, okay, that's not working. You know, there's a better way to do things and a different route to where you want to go.
Yeah, it's not always the easiest thing to admit that sometimes, but you have to take the step back and sometimes reevaluate your focus and the direction you're going and adjust it. But that's day-to-day entrepreneurship. You know what I mean? Having to focus on that, and that's the people think. What's the thing that you would say frustrates you the most with podcasts and everything? I know I'm hitting you with some questions you didn't.
No. I like it. I'm just, you can see the entrepreneurial journey of up and down. I'm not too frustrated at the moment. It's going good. I broke through recently, and it's going well. So, kind of answer your question, but I would say if anyone's got a podcast, always be ahead, because I always started out like 2 months ahead, and then, you know, I've been further ahead. I've been like right up to the wire, and doing the work, I suppose, like it's like life, depending on what you want to go after. The difference between, you know, being inspired and being pulled by inspiration to being pushed by desperation. And when you're, you know, recording an interview that day that's got to be out tomorrow morning, that is desperation. There's no way around it. And the 1 or 2 times I've done that was probably a good few years ago now. Obviously, the person cancelled on me on that night, and I literally was, you know, chasing around trying to find someone, because you've got different countries, you can still catch him, and it's horrible. But now I've gone the other way. And this is probably a bit too much, I'm recorded up till sort of October. But it's a good position to be in, because I'm like, you know, you can be really picky, shielding. And some of my guests so far for Awaken Your Alpha this year, you know, I had double Olympic medalist Jonathan Horton out today. Then the last guest was Gay Hendricks of the Big Leap. So, you know, I'm not rushing around. I'm not looking for guests, but then organically comes to it. And then that's changed over the years from putting the reps in that is tilted to me looking for guests, to opposed to now guests coming towards me and me having to, you know, still look within that, what's the best fit, and having that time and space. So yeah, it's definitely, that's a nice change.
That's
awesome.
Answer
your question.
That's a great answer to it. Now let me ask you a question here. Since you're ahead a few months, you're still going to be recording. What's kind of what's your focus? What do you see 2020 holding for you?
Yeah. So big focus is the Talk Accelerator stuff. Definitely that's ongoing. And one thing, again, building into your business what you love to do as well. So as part of that, if anyone listens to that show or they're listening to this and they think they may have a TED Talk idea, I do offer idea clarity calls, 20-minute idea clarity calls. That's the best way to, you know, get into the nitty gritty. Yes, there's certain steps that are generic that you need to do, and I have the online components and modules for that. But getting in and finding out what is that idea. And that's I enjoy to do that, honestly do. So, and them sessions are really helpful, whether that person goes on to work with me or not. I hope I just push them in the right direction so they can either pursue a TEDx talk or actually hear kind of what's involved and get a bit more reality and think, actually, I don't want. I prefer that than kind of this and ahhing and the maybes for year. That frustrates me to see it in anyone, myself or anyone I come around to. So that's cool. And then the speaking side of things, naturally, if you've done TEDx talks and you've done some speaking at events, that's an area I'm looking to ramp up more and more. So I'm excited about that. And then with the Awaken Your Alpha podcast, having a men's only arena within that's kind of going to have some meetups and extra access to some training. And there's a big back catalog, I should say, of sort of master classes and video sessions that I haven't done with anything with over this time. So that's something that's always been there. And writing more books or another book. It takes me a while. I don't churn out books in 3 months or so. So this year, be writing a book that'll be out early next year. Is the plan.
Awesome, man. Awesome. What's the best way for people to get a hold of you, Adam, to talk with you, work with you, or connect with you?
Yeah. So Adam Lewis Walker and Awaken Your Alpha and Talk Accelerator on all social media. Generally, you will find me. Adam Lewis Walker TEDx. Please go and check out my TEDx talk. You'll get very quickly in the first 3 minutes, you'll get a sense of me, or if you haven't here and you're either like me or not, either way is good and useful. See what I'm all about for event planners as well. And yeah, ayalpha.com/book. And you can find out about the book. I'd love you to check it out. Got really good reviews in that. And that was born out of 4 years of the podcast, the best interviews. And it's a structure. It's not just random interviews. It's sort of taken from that. And then talkaccelerator.com has all the information about the podcast. You can listen to the free episodes. They're all free episodes in there to get some insight. And then obviously on there in the green button, you can book in for an idea clarity call if that floats your boat. But yeah, if you've got any questions, just reach out to me. Love to hear individual feedback on all and anything that was valuable.
Adam, thanks so much, man. Appreciate great knowledge. Congratulations on all the success. Congratulations on everything, and look forward to big things here taking place the rest of the year for you, man.
You too, man. Are you at New Media Summit?
No, I won't be making it out there. I'm headed to Podfest the weekend before.
I wanted to go Podfest. It's my little boy's 7th birthday on Podfest day, so I'm gutted because I've been a few years since I haven't got back to that. So
you better be a good dad. Podfest will be there.
Exactly, yeah. Well, I'll catch up with you soon, definitely this year, man. But I'm speaking to you next week, I think, as well.
Yep, exactly. We'll see you later, Adam. Thanks.
Okay, cheers, guys.
All right, good stuff. All right, let's do this. All right, and our next speaker, let's see here, we had Adam, it's Trey. Good stuff. There he is. Love the shades, man.
What's going on, Scotty boy?
I'm doing great. Is that to cover the tears from the Ravens losing?
Ow.
Actually, I was like, what? They lost. I couldn't believe that. And I knew you were all excited getting the game day swag and everything like that. Huh?
Well, that's typical Baltimore, right? Like we go overboard with things, and that's just one of them. We had
that's all right.
We had 2 or 3 weeks off, and we didn't prep very well. What are you gonna do?
That's right. That's right. Well, give me a second here. Get rock and rolling here.
Sure.
All right, everybody. Well, hey, our next guest podcaster here on Pecha Pod Pitch is he's known as a blue collar hard worker turned entrepreneur and founder of Your Superior Self podcast. He believes deeply that in having actual conversations, that we can help each other on our journey of self-actualization through podcasting. Trey's learned what motivates leaders, discourages entrepreneurs, and benefits of a holistic lifestyle, and the importance of communication and the satisfaction of understanding quantum spirituality. He's had the honor of having authentic conversations with leaders, authors, speakers, medical professionals, and artists in various industries in which he's been able to share their stories with his audience. He's an innate introvert, hosting a podcast and interviewing his idols hasn't come naturally, as he'll say, be honest to say, but he shares how pushing his limits has helped him learn many life lessons in interviewing prolific guests like JJ Virgin, John Gordon, Shyrake Robbins, Laura Gassner, Onting, Philip McKern, Devin Thorpe, Sam Horn, Zuby, Chris Wilson, Paul Seelig, and many, many more. So we're honored to have the host of Your Superior Self, my buddy Trey Downs, avid Baltimore Ravens football fan.
Yes,
there.
Sir. The wound is still open, man.
I'm sorry, brother. Sorry, man. Hey, at least you guys made the playoffs. The Cowboys didn't go anywhere.
We made the playoff. We had to buy home field advantage, best team in football, best offense, and we stunk up the field.
Well, that's okay. Well, we can talk about podcasts. Let's talk about something positive.
Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, let's talk about something that makes me happy.
There you go. There you go. Now you have some slides you want to go through, or just
no? I'd figure, since I love conversations, we'll just do it old school, no PowerPoints.
No problem at all. So let's talk a little bit. Talk about kind of how you started down this path and what made you start Your Superior Self podcast.
So my brother-in-law, Joe McClinsky, he has a podcast called Shift Happens. And right around Thanksgiving time, him and I are big advocates for the podcasting community. And we just love everything about podcasting. We listen to the same people. And it was kind of like a dare. It was like, he just, his business is growing in Baltimore and he has this knack for public speaking, and he's a natural on stage. I was like, dude, you have to have a podcast. Like, it just makes sense. And this was like in 2017. So, I mean, it was just at the very start of the explosion of podcasting. And he was like, you know what? I don't know if it's worth it, blah, blah, blah. And he was like, finally, he was like, you know what? I think you should. And so I was like, you know what? I'll do it if you do it. So that's how it started. Like, it was all for like a Thanksgiving family dare. And he started, I started, and we haven't stopped yet.
You're doing a tremendous job. You're actually episode, I believe the 5 pillars, what we call it, 5 pillars.
Five pillars of leadership. Yeah.
Yeah. Top 15 downloaded episode in my podcast.
Oh, nice. Nice, man. That's amazing. I think leadership's, you go back and listen to that podcast because it's very important.
It totally is. But you've been a student of that. That's one of the great things. I think you've approached it differently as a student versus an interview. I mean, you're interviewing people, but I think your approach is definitely, you're asking different questions. You're really taking it from a student learning kind of aspect, I guess, as being a student learning from the teachers.
I'm definitely the student. They're the mentor. I am learning everything from them. I'm basically, so like when I say blue collar, like that's my background. Like I'm 3rd generation railroader, transportation business. I want to learn as much as I can. And when I have people come on, I connect with them in a way that is different because I'm asking, I'll be the idiot. I don't care. Like, I'll ask you questions about, the basics so that when everyone can understand what they're doing, what their business is. Like, I don't fear looking dumb. I just think it's, you go to a conference, you listen to a speaker, you go up and talk to them, and they might say something that you don't necessarily understand. And it's like, you don't want to ask them the dumb question. And it's like, you know what? I'll ask a dumb question. Come on my show. I'll ask a dumb question. We'll have a conversation just like this, nothing scripted. It's very free flowing, natural. Like, I love the conversation, the connection, the flow state of mind, that stuff. The show is kind of going in a different direction right now because I'm going into a lot more neuroscience. So I have Stephen Kotler. He's coming on the show. He authored 2 amazing books, The Rise of Superman and Stealing Fire. And then Aubrey Marcus comes on in mid-February, and we're going to talk about spirituality and his trip down to Peru and psychedelics and things like that. So it's going into a different place that I've never been before, and I'm pretty excited about it.
Yeah, man, that definitely sounds exciting. But I want to commend you on thing, not the fact that you say you ask the dumb questions. I think you care enough, and then I think I'm a big believer that, hey, if I'm thinking that question, I guarantee there's plenty of people in the audience behind me or audience listening that has that same question. So I always have taken that approach, and I think that's you do a great job asking. I love your podcast. I've been listening for a while now. I think everybody should listen to it.
Yeah, I mean, look at you, dude. Mass Media Podcast Summit. Like, I mean, your marketing is on another level, brother. I just want, can I just borrow some of your VCs over there or something? Like, come on, help me out.
Hey, I'm glad to. Anybody that wants the playbook of how we market, I'm glad to help out, man. I've always said that. And it's not as difficult as most people make it out to be. But I think that's the thing with talking with experts. It comes from more so than anything else, just being consistent and showing up and honing your craft in and out. I mean, I've been marketing for years, and the podcast has been something new in the last 3 years. But it's we've got this stuff, but this wasn't hard. This is FedEx right here, baby. Like 2 days ago, you know, I got it. Like you remember my stickers on here? I got steel stuff on here.
I love it though. I love it. I love everything that you got going on. You're such a good dude too, man. You're like, you really care, and you really care about the podcasting community, and you're putting it back. You're investing into the community. Like you're reinvesting into the podcasting community. I think that's huge, you know?
Well, thanks, man. You know, as a podcaster, I dig more into you.
Sure.
For those out there, because you've been doing it for a while and switching up and pivoting your show a little bit, what would you say? What would you tell people that maybe are going through maybe a little bit of a rough patch? They've been going down one path and they feel like they need to pivot a little bit, because I think everybody goes through that at some point. I know I have. Mm-hmm. What advice would you give them, or counsel is probably a better way of saying, counsel you give them to pivot, or to maybe reinvigorate their shows or their audience a little bit?
Well, I think that, you know, I struggle a little bit with the creativity side of things a little bit, just because you listen to a lot of shows and they're kind of the same, like, structure, same script. I've been reading a lot of Chase Jarvis books, not Chase books, but his book, I think it's Creative Matters.
Yep.
And then he has a website, Creative Live, I think it is. And he does a lot of creativity stuff. And I practice a lot of meditation. I try to do different things mentally to get me in different states of consciousness, so that way I can think about my show differently. How can I be different, really? You know, like, I just started a thing on my podcast, and you guys are more than welcome to use this, but I'll, you know, I think it was the statistic of human attention span is like 8 seconds or something like that. So you have like 8.4 seconds to get someone's attention. And so what I started doing was, like, whoever I'm, you know, interviewing or talking to, like, I'll, you know, research their profession or whatever they're experts at, and I'll throw some Google stats at the people, like, at the audience, and say, you know, did you know that this, and that's why I have this person here today. So they're kind of like intrigued right out of the gate. And then I'll have a clip of their interview, something that is meaningful to the speaker, like you can feel when they go from the script to, like, the passion. Like, I'll try to get that, like, little excerpt of the talk there and put it at the very beginning, so that way it automatically catches the listener when they listen to the preview or whatever. But if you're in a rut, the best thing you can do is just keep going, right? Like, I mean, a lot of people just want to, like, stop and quit because they feel like they're not going anywhere. But then you got to experience with other stuff too. Like, don't be afraid to fail. You know, try different things mentally. Research a lot of, try to get as creative as you can. Like, start looking at art, start looking at other people's podcasts, listen to a different type of music, start brushing your teeth with your opposite dominant hand, just do things like practice, like trying to, like, change your mindset. So that way, I know for me, I've been reading a lot of flow state stuff with Steven Kotler, and I didn't know anything about flow state at all until I went to my brother-in-law's conference he held in Baltimore, and I met Steven there, and we talked about flow state, which is pretty fascinating. You guys need to, check that out. But it's helped me get into flow state and help me with creativity with the show, and like getting into that extreme focused area and when I'm in my office, and like just really pound out some episodes and just be different and just feel good about it. Right. Like, I'm not about the downloads. I'm about the creativity part of it. And like, that's the part of it that really intrigues me, is like putting myself in it. And I think I mentioned it to you on your podcast, where it's like, we're creating art by audio, really. Yeah. I mean, every episode that I do is a piece of me. Like, everything that I do, I edit, I have a buddy that does the music for me, and it's all me.
I love that. I'm gonna actually write that down. I'm thinking we're creating art by audio. I love that.
Well, essentially we are. I mean, you think about it. I mean, we are creatives, and you got to think it like that. Like, a lot of people don't think like, hey, I'm a creative. Like, you are an artist. Like, you have to do things that artists do to keep that creativity flowing. And sometimes, like, I'll just do, I'll just try to change it up. If you get stuck in a rut, just, try to do something different, like take a different way, different walk home, write something left-handed. I don't know, just do something different to get that mindset changed a little bit there.
Well, and I think that's such a great nugget there for everybody to realize, because it's sometimes we get in the habit of doing things over and over again. We do get in there, right? You've just got to change your environment, get out of the house, go somewhere different, take a different drive home, as you mentioned. Those are the things that you have to do to really shake it up, and
shake it up. You got to shake and bake, man. Come on.
Exactly. You definitely have to shake and bake it. So what advice would you give somebody who's, trying to focus on something? Maybe they're all across the board. They don't know exactly how to niche down or narrow down their focus a little bit.
I just think it's a lot of research. I think you got to take a step back and really collect your thoughts and find out what your mission is, and really take a inward look about who you are and what you're trying to do and what is your mission. Don't stop listening to a lot of the, I don't know, dude. There's so many formulas out there for podcast success. And you got to be you. You got to put yourself in it. People are going to listen to you for who you are. There's only one version of you. There's only one Scott Carson, right? There's only one Trey Downs, and it's who you are. That's how you're going to, that's how you're going to gain the audience, is just being who you are. And don't be afraid to mess up. Try different things, try different techniques, try a different intro, try a different outro, try to, read an excerpt from a book. I don't know. Just try to be different. You know what? Not even be different, just be yourself. Because the louder that you can be of your inner person, your inner true being, you're going to attract the same type of people, right? Even if you have 1,000 listeners, that's so beneficial. Yeah. I don't know if you experience that at all. The more that you try to be somebody else, the more resistance you're going to face.
That's the thing, because you're going to be off course. If you're not you, it's going to be hard to fake it all consistently. We were talking about somebody else. Be authentic, be true to what you want to do. If you're doing something that's not comfortable, stop doing it. You won't have that internal conflict with yourself and the content you create. And I think those that fake it or try to do something that they're not are the ones that suffer from quitting or pod fade a lot faster.
Pod fade. Yeah, definitely, man.
What would you say has been your biggest surprise with your podcast? The thing that's really kind of just shocked you that's happened from having a podcast?
At first, I'm being honest, just being, I'm being vulnerable here and just going to be transparent. At first when I did it, I thought, I saw JLD's website and the figures he was bringing in, the revenue. And I was like, man, I can do that, man. He has a, 30-minute interview. I can script something together and get some guests 7 days a week. And then, hopefully I can get to those 6 figures a month. But as I got into it, it wasn't about that anymore. It was about the creating. It was the creating the content, their art that really surprised me. I literally don't check my stats anymore. I don't care. I don't check my downloads. When I go into Libsyn, who I podcast with, I go directly to the new content. And I do all the information there because I don't care about the downloads, man. What I care about, is the messaging that I get from other people who say that they really learned something from my episode, right? Hearing you talk about leadership, the people that listen to that episode and they really got something from it. That's all I care about. And the appreciation of what I'm putting out there, the art of it, that's all I care about.
Awesome.
I think that's what that really surprised me, because I was at first it was all about, possibly creating a different lifestyle or a side hustle and being monetary. I don't do sponsorships. I'm not interested in that. I'm wearing these glasses right now. I'm an affiliate for Blue Blocks, which is artificial blue light, but I believe in the brand. I told Andy, the CEO, I was like, I don't want any dollars. You know what I mean? I'll be a part of the program, but I just want to help you out, brother. You know what I mean? I really do believe in creating your superior self, just being better, self-growth, self-mastery, self-actualization.
Awesome. Trey, what's the best way for our fans and people listening and watching this to connect with you? What's the best way for them to reach out?
You can go to yoursuperiorself.com. You can check me out over there. Instagram at TDowns80, Twitter at DownsTrey. Email me on the website. There's a place where you can go and send me a message. Tell me what you're doing, what's going on. I'm always open to new relationships, trying to hang out, connect with other people, great people like you, Scott.
Hey, Trey, thank you, brother. Thanks for giving. Thanks for being honest and sharing. And thanks for being a part here, man. Look forward to it.
You're doing great things, brother. I appreciate this, man.
Amen. Thanks for giving. Thanks for being here and going full tilt. We all appreciate it. Keep doing what you're doing, brother, and we'll see you later. All right. Thanks, Trey. That was good. I like that. All right. Let's bring on our next podcaster here. Mr. Thomas.
Hello.
There he is.
Greetings.
How's it going, man?
Going all right.
Good. Give me 1 second. We'll get rocking here. So 706. All right, everyone. Well, hey, our next podcaster is an amazing guy that actually has the longest running podcast based on novel marketing out there. He just is a wealth of information. He's been podcasting for a while, almost quite the godfather of podcasting, definitely here in the Austin community out there. But he is the founder and CEO of Author Media. He travels the world speaking events to help people grow, famous, and rich. Thousands of creators have attended his popular workshops, breakout sessions, and online events. He's also hosts Novel Marketing, the longest running book marketing podcast in the world. He is a very big influence here in the Austin podcasting community, and we're honored to have him on here. And you guys, you've got some good stuff tonight, I imagine, Thomas. How's it going tonight?
It's going all right. I'm excited, although I feel like I'm a little off topic because instead of talking about podcasting, I'd like to talk about writing a book and how it can help with your podcast. Yeah,
I think it's great. You say you probably got a couple slides if I know you.
No, actually, I was just going to talk, but
okay,
but I have something I was kind of thinking about it. Like, if you're a podcaster, what are some of the benefits of writing a book? And so I have 7 of them, and they all start with C. So
I love it. So
Baptist preacher.
There you go. I'm going to drop off here and just give you the full screen, brother. All right.
All right. So the first benefit of writing a book is that it gives you clarity. It helps you hone your message and it helps you think through your thoughts in a way that's different than podcasting. Podcasting helps you do it as well, but podcasting is more kind of off the cuff. You're speaking. It's using a different part of your brain than looking at the screen and editing. And it also forces you to focus your brand, which is really beneficial. And I got a fortune cookie last week. It said, good writing is clear thinking made visible. And I really like that. And I think that the clearer your thinking is, the more it helps you in every aspect of your life. The second benefit of writing a book, if you're a podcaster, is craft. You learn how to be a better writer. The carpenter doesn't just build the house builds the carpenter. And this is very true for writers writing a book. And whether you're writing an email or a blog post or a tweet, the better you are at writing, the more powerful you will become. And the more influential you'll become. The next benefit is credibility. You will have an edge over everyone else without a book. People will see you as an expert once you write a book. In fact, we saw just 30 minutes ago, Adam Lewis was holding up his book on camera. Tell me that didn't boost his credibility in your eyes. There's something powerful about having a book with your photo on the back or your photo on the front, if it's nonfiction, is really powerful for boosting credibility. You can say that it's the world's most convincing business card. It's an expensive business card, but it's a powerful business card and one that will last you for years. And I often meet with people, and them writing a book was what unlocked the next steps in their career, whether it was helping them get on stage or helping them in other ways. Speaking of which, that's the fourth benefit, is connection. So having a book helps unlock doors for you, like I was saying. It makes getting speaking gigs a lot easier. It makes getting invited on podcasts a lot easier. It makes it easier to get booked as a consultant, and it allows you to charge higher consulting fees, right? Let's say you're pitching a company to bring you on to help with their problems, or you're talking with somebody about coaching them with their problems, and it's between you and the other guy, and you have the book and the other guy does not. Or you have a book and a podcast and the other guy does not. I mean, you are so clearly the expert at that point. It's not even a contest. And I'll say that books are great ways of promoting podcasts, and podcasts are great ways of promoting books. In fact, some of the New York Times bestselling books last year, the enduring ones, were by podcasters. There is a huge spot in the market where podcasters are kind of dominating that, because the kind of people who listen to podcasts are also the kind of people who read books, and more accurately, are the kind of people who listen to audiobooks. But they also buy paper books too. But audiobooks are really powerful, especially amongst the podcast audience. It's no mistake that Audible advertises so aggressively on podcasts, because that's where their people are. And if you've been listening to podcasts for any amount of time, you have probably heard an Audible ad, and there's a reason for that. All right. So the next benefit of writing a book is celebrity. After people read your book, they will have a higher opinion of you, and they'll have a higher opinion of your company. I will say I read an entire book about Zappos before I ever purchased shoes from Zappos. And I had no intention of buying shoes from Zappos. I was a happy Walmart shoe buying person. I'm not a fancy shoe guy. But after I read the book by the CEO of Zappos, I was like, I've got to experience this customer service that he talks about, and see if the shipping really is as good as they say. And I will say I had a great experience buying from Zappos. It was really expensive, but it was a really good experience. And I will say, I wrote a book 5 years ago that I don't do anything with. It's not connected with my brand. I just wrote it because people begged me to, and I'd written a viral blog post. And anyway, million people read the blog post, and I felt compelled to write the book. And I still get invited to be on podcasts about this book that I do not touch in any way. I do not market. The book is still selling. It's still making money. People are still listening to the audiobook, and I still get guest interview invites. In fact, I had to kind of think about if I wanted to continue doing guest interviews on this book, because it's so disconnected with my brand. But that's the power of writing a book, especially a book that people talk about, is that it leads to ongoing exposure. The next is capital. Now, sure, if you're a best-selling author, you can make money with your book, but most authors don't make money from the book itself. They make, especially in nonfiction, they make money around the book. They make money because they're able to charge higher speaking fees, that they're able to charge higher consulting fees. They create courses or online programs that are companions to the book, which is where the real money is. But I have friends as authors, and we've had guests on my podcasts who are making 6 digits, and one is breaking in on 7 digits a year just with royalties from the book. So while that's not what most people experience, it is experienced by some, and it's experienced by both traditional authors and independent authors. You'll hear a lot of people saying that only one way is the true way. And I will say, I have had guests on my podcasts, both of them, who've been successful in both ways. In fact, some people who've been successful in both ways, the one person. So I'm not a partisan. I'm not an indie only person or a traditional only person. So there's a reason why many of the top CEOs either write a book themselves or have a book written about them, because it's such a powerful marketing tool. And if you see it as a marketing tool, it's incredibly inexpensive. Even if you hire ghostwriters, you compare it to a TV campaign or an online advertising campaign, it's really fast. And so the final benefit, and if I have time, I'll tell you how to publish a book in 5 minutes. The final benefit is the challenge of it. Writing a book is hard work. I'm not the kind of person who says writing a book is for everyone. It's for hard work, and it takes dedication. It takes some grit, but there's an amazing feeling that you get after having done something difficult. And after you write a book, for the rest of your life, you'll be able to call yourself an author, and that is worth it. And you get to put in your Twitter bio, author, right? It's very psychologically satisfying. So anyway, those are the benefits to writing a book. I'll just real briefly, if I have time, Scott, talk about. You got
time.
Okay.
You got time. You still got 5-6 minutes. You're good.
All right. So here's how to publish a book. I'll give you both the traditional process and the the indie process for nonfiction. Fiction's totally different ballgame. And on all of these things, I'm racing through it, but I have episodes that you can listen to for free that will go deeper into that thing. So step 1 is you write a proposal for the traditional process. This is like a business plan for your book, and you're going to use it in all the next steps. You use that proposal to then find an agent. They're called literary agents. They're kind of like Hollywood talent agents. They're kind of matchmakers between authors and publishers. And with the help of the agent, you then find a publishing house who will publish your book. And then in step 4, you write the book. So a lot of people, if they haven't done their research, if they haven't studied, if they haven't listened to our podcast, they write the book first. And that's a mistake, because the agent and the publisher are going to give you feedback on how to make your book more appealing to readers or to publishers. Your agent will help make it more appealing to publishers and to readers. The publisher will give you feedback on how to make it more appealing to readers. And all of that feedback affects how the book is written. So you write the book, then you launch the book, and then finally you do ongoing marketing for the book. Now for independent publishing, and this is where you're paying the money yourself as opposed to the publisher paying the money, where it's much more risk for you, but you also get a much bigger chunk of each individual book sale. So there's a lot to be said about the pros and cons that I won't go into, but they both can work. And the process for indie is you write the book. So you write the book first, then you find and work with a developmental editor. This is somebody who edits your ideas. And then you find and work with a copy editor. This is a different editor who edits your words. A lot of authors make the mistake of skipping that developmental edit, and their book is much weaker as a result. And this is where indie books get their reputation for being poor written. They're not poor written, or they don't have to be, but they often are if they skip the developmental edit. Then you hire a cover designer to design your cover. You typeset your book. You either do it yourself with software like Vellum, or you hire a typesetter to do it for you. And then you get your book printed and published. And I'll tell you, if you're doing it and it's your first book, just do it on Amazon. Amazon has a program for printing the paper book and the Kindle book, and it's very easy to use and basically free. So there's all these companies that for $3,000 will push the buttons on Amazon for you. Save your $3,000 for marketing and for a good cover designer, and push the buttons on Amazon yourself. It's not hard. And then finally, once you're published, then you do ongoing marketing. And I have some resources to help you. My 2 podcasts, Novel Marketing, which, as Scott said, is the longest running marketing podcast for authors in the world. And we talk about publishing and marketing. We don't talk too much about craft. If you're wanting to learn about how to not write with adjectives, this is not the podcast for you. Our ideal listener is anyone, though, who wants to become a best-selling author. There's some really good craft podcasts out there. We're just not that. And our ideal guest is anyone who's done something innovative to market their book. And then Christian Publishing Show does talk about craft and everything else. It's kind of broader in terms of topic, but also more focused in terms of it focuses on the CBA market specifically, the Christian writing market. And our ideal listener is anyone who wants to write a Christian book, and our ideal guest is a best-selling Christian author.
Now, you've also got a great podcast that you did for a while, stopped it, but it's basically, 30 episodes on how to monetize your podcast too? You want to talk a little about that?
Sure. So I have a third podcast that is been fully mothballed. The episodes are hosted on archive.org even. So I don't even know how many. I am suspecting that it's actually perhaps like just as popular now as it was when I was making it live. But you can think of it as like a mini podcast. It's called the Creative Funding Show. It's creativefunding.show. And it's all about how to make money with your podcasts. I'm making on Novel Marketing right now around $1 per download per month. So I've done a really good job monetizing that podcast, and I learned / explain how I did it in the podcast Creative Funding Show. So if you're wanting to learn how to make money with your podcast, I really break it down. But I will say, you do have to get listeners. You got to get that listener. You have to not just get listeners, but you have to thrill listeners. People have to love you and really be thankful for the value that you give them in your podcast. And that's the top button on your shirt. And if you get that right, all the money buttons will line up down below it. And if you haven't figured that button out, you're not ready to talk about money. And I find a lot of podcasters, they just spent a lot of money on gear and they're like, oh my gosh, I got to make this money back. And they start talking about money too soon. You need to thrill your audience first. But once you have a thrilled audience, there's a lot of ways that they can help you fund that podcast. And we talk about that on the podcast, the Creative Funding Show.
I love that analogy. Thrill your audience first. Monetize, it's just like the top button. If you don't have the top button, everything else is going to be off. That's awesome. I love that analogy. Now you're also going to be speaking in Houston here in February too, at the Spark Christian Podcasting Summit, February 20th and 21st, right? Or 21st, 22nd?
That's right. I don't remember the dates off the top of my head, but that sounds about right. And I'm going to be giving a talk about podcast editing, which in some ways is not a very fun topic, but it's such an important topic to giving your podcast an edge. And if you're wondering, why are some podcasts at the top of the list and some podcasts just can't break in, often editing is the difference. In fact, if you look at the top podcasts, almost all of them are highly edited podcasts. And I'll be teaching on how you can do that yourself.
Awesome. Thomas, what's the best way for the people to reach out to you, to connect with you and learn more about what you're doing?
Novelmarketing.com and christianpublishingshow.com. Both of those will take you to the respective websites where you can connect to me there.
Awesome, man. Well, hey, thank you for coming on. Pecha Pod Pitch here. Thanks for being there. You go.
Live long and prosper.
Live long and podcast prosper, right? But hey, thanks so much for being a shining symbol here in the awesome podcasting community and sharing out there as well. You've got a big heart, and you're always giving of everywhere you've been, whether it's been a local meetup at New Media Summit or wherever, man. You've got a big heart and it shows. So thank you for doing that, and
awesome.
Continue to give, man.
Thank you.
Thanks, I'll see you later. All right, we are in the home stretch, just about everybody. All right, we have got just a couple left here, but you want to hang around. Let's see here. Chris, promote the panelist. Oh, there they are. There you see.
Hey.
Hey, what is going on, y'all too? How y'all doing?
Good. How are you?
Good, good. Give me 1 second. We're rocking and rolling here.
All right.
All right, everybody. Well, hey, we are back, and we've got a great couple here who are doing some amazing jobs with their podcast. You guys do not want to miss that. And one of the things I think everybody worries about a little bit, I was watching something tonight, is our food. What's going into it? And that's, I think, leading to a lot of causes of issues in our health and everything else out there. And I am honored to have Chris and Holly Casey join us here from the One to Grow On podcast. They're also local Austin podcasters, been doing this for a while and doing a great job. The One to Grow On podcast is a show where they dig into questions about agriculture and try to understand how food production impacts us in our world. Each episode hosts Holly and Chris, and they pick an area of agriculture or food production to discuss. You want to listen for plant facts, dad jokes, and the stories behind your food. And so we're honored to have this father and daughter join us on here today to share with their show and why it's so impactful. So welcome to Pecha Pod Pitch, everybody.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Scott, for having us. We're
Thank you very much.
Excited to be here and be able to
We're glad
talk
to
about our
have you.
show.
So why'd you start a podcast, One to Grow On? Talk a little about what kind of led into you guys deciding to launch this.
Yeah. So we started, well, obviously we've known each other for a long time. This is my father.
Right.
I went into agriculture, kind of a roundabout way. I got offered a scholarship to college and I was really excited to go, but it had a condition that I study agriculture and I really didn't know much about agriculture or food or plants or anything. So I had this plan to study this degree that I really was excited about, which was theater, and then get an ag degree to pay for college with my scholarship. And I very quickly realized I was not that interested in getting a theater degree. And so I ditched that.
Did you do this? Did you take a big sigh of relief? Hey, college is paid for. Yay.
Hearing you're going from theater into agriculture, it's I guess, I don't know. Sure. But yeah, a little bit of a sigh of relief, and just, she was obviously really, really excited about it.
Right.
And it didn't come from nothing because, my mom was an avid gardener and they would always work outside together and they would cook together. And they actually started a nonprofit called Discover Green, where they would go around and tear out invasive species. And they would even make birthday parties out of it and stuff. So it wasn't completely out of nowhere, but it definitely wasn't her plan going in. But once she got going, she couldn't stop.
Yeah. So I did my bachelor's degree and then I went on and did my master's degree in agriculture. And it's something that I'm still so passionate about. Sure. But I found myself getting really frustrated because I would go to parties with my friends that were not in the industry. And I would get the same 6 questions that I thought were so intrinsic to how people who eat food experience that food. And I felt really frustrated that there's just such a lack of information and in a lot of ways, a lack of transparency around the food system. And so I was just kind of talking about this problem over and over again with my best friend. And eventually she was like, oh my God, we have to do something because this idea is not going to get out of your brain. So we kind of tossed the idea around and we talked about doing it in a lot of different ways. And we eventually landed on podcast because we had another friend who had successfully launched a podcast and is currently running a small business very successfully out of New York that focuses on podcast consulting and podcast content creation. So we decided on podcast, but my best friend didn't want to be on mic. So we had to find a co-host and eventually I conned my dad into it.
It's true. It's true. She asked me one day, I was like, you want me to be on it? I don't know anything about this stuff. Why? And so she kept working on me and eventually brought me on. And it's been a lot of fun. I had a little podcasting experience before. And so I kind of knew how to set things up and get things going. And I've got a technical background, so I could get the website going, and I knew how to, get the feed going and stuff like that. So we were able to get this thing off the ground.
Yeah. So a little bit about kind of what the show is. Like Scott mentioned, we are all focused on understanding how food production impacts us and our world. We make about 25 to 45-minute episodes every other Tuesday. It's a very conversational, family-friendly show where we kind of aim to coat all of this fascinating information that I'm so thrilled about with kind of his ability to understand it and his dad jokes, like we mentioned.
Right. And also, kind of an audience proxy. So I'll stop and ask questions.
Yep.
And I always feel like kind of a dummy on the show, but people will stop me and say, "Thank you so much for asking that question. I really appreciate it." So it's been pretty rewarding.
I'm sure. I mean, that's definitely important, especially when you start speaking advanced education and thing, and
right.
like, what are you talking about? Not to say dumb it down, but layman's terms, right? Kind of a little bit. Right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
We do the same thing with Fur Babies podcast. Steph will be off talking about some medicine. I'm like, I don't know idea. Is that you? What do you mean? Is that like thyroid drug? Just say thyroid drug versus 26 long. So what's been some of the biggest surprises from having the podcast? I'll start first with you, Hallie.
I think for me, the biggest surprise has been around the community that we've built around the podcast. I knew that was kind of the basis of how I thought the show would grow, but it's really been surprising to see the reactions that we've got. And honestly, people's willingness to support what we're doing. We make money from the show solely because of our community and the people who show up and want to hear us do more of it and kind of understand that we have running costs and that our time costs money. And so that's currently the only way that we're monetizing it is just we have a membership program through Patreon. And so because of that, we've built this really amazing community of dedicated listeners. And that has absolutely been the biggest surprise for us. We started this off just as like a passion project that I couldn't get out of my head. And it's really built into something so much bigger than that.
Yeah, listener engagement has been super surprising and super exciting. Also, I get to learn great things like bananas are actually berries. And there's this irrigation project in China that, controls flooding from a mountain and irrigates crops and all this amazing stuff. And, I knew from my past experience that editing could be kind of a little bit of drudgery at times. But, once I got into that flow, just doing the whole show has just been really satisfying.
Mm-hmm. Well, I bet as you've done more episodes, you guys have gotten more in the flow. There's less editing to do, definitely.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But it's just, it's how rewarding it's been, despite all the work we put in, or maybe because of all the work we put in and what people get out of it. It's just been a very rewarding experience.
Mm-hmm. Has there been something you've shared with your listeners that was the biggest surprise for them that you got the most feedback on, whether it was a myth or something that's going on in the agricultural community or anything like that? That was a surprise?
That's a good question.
I feel like we get the most feedback on your bad jokes.
It's true. It's true. And she gets a lot of those directly. And then I have a friend that every time we mention berries on the show, she freaks out. It's, we do stuff about agricultural science and sort of some of the technical stuff, explaining that. We do facts about food, what your food really is. Is something a superfood? Is it not? And we also talk about some social justice issues. We all need to eat, but the whole system affects, more than just the people that need to eat. And so we talk about all that part of the process as well.
Yeah. And we started off really with the concept of things more around kind of agricultural science, thinking about, for me, particularly things about like soil science and how food is grown and irrigation. And then also talking about food facts, like whether or not something's a superfood, connecting people to their their kind of food system. But we kind of did like a couple test episodes that really focused more on social justice. And we really got a great response from our listenership as well. And we actually just we're about to finish up next week, our first listener survey. And that was like by far one of the biggest feedback data that we've seen so far is people want to know more about kind of the social and environmental impacts of agriculture, which I always thought, I was always very worried that would only bum people out and people would have a hard time dealing with that. But we've got a lot of really positive feedback around that.
Has there been any, and I haven't listened to all the episodes that you got, but have you guys dived in, or do you get requests from the audience to talk about some of the documentaries that are on TV about some of the food stuff?
Yeah, we've definitely done topical episodes. One of my favorite ones was we got a message on Twitter from a listener who was like looking at the news and noticed that this was back when the Green New Deal had just come out and there was a whole section on agriculture. And he was like, what does this language even mean? Does this have any bearing on like what farmers actually do? So we got the opportunity to kind of dive into like this very topical policy language that's like not my specialty, but it was written for farmers specifically and for agriculture. So that was really fun.
I'm sure, definitely. That's interesting. So bananas are actually berries.
Yes.
That's cool. That's my go-to snack.
There you go.
That's awesome. What is there something? I mean, that's great. Is there another nugget that surprised you? A truthism that you didn't know that Chris, that surprised you?
I think one of the craziest stories that I've found out about while researching the show. Do you know kefir, like the drinking yogurt?
Oh yeah.
This is insane. So we actually got kefir because like there was a young woman who worked for some scientists, and like kefir uses starter culture, but it was like very proprietary in like Ukraine, I think somewhere in like Eastern Europe. And it was like owned by this like regional prince. Like he had all of the starter culture for kefir, but these scientists wanted to study it. So they sent their like lab assistant to go seduce the like regional prince, and he kidnapped her. And then like the king of Russia had to be like, you have to release this woman that you kidnapped. And as payment, they have to take some of this kefir culture. And then it entered food production like 25 years later.
Wow. That is interesting.
Yeah.
You never know the drama and espionage in.
Right.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Where do you see the show going here? Where do you see it going here? I mean, it's great. Do you have a big Austin following besides other places that, since Austin's kind of the, green city and, keep Austin weird a little bit aspect of it, but I think it's more, we really focus on our health.
We're building a nice connection with other podcasts throughout kind of the Southwest and Texas. In March, we're hoping to do a really big month because that's the agriculture month, like National Agriculture Month. So we're getting together with a bunch of other agriculture podcasts that happen to all be in Texas. One's in New Mexico and then one's out in California. So all kind of in the Southwest. And we'll be, promoting each other's podcasts and talking about each other's podcasts. There's so many cool people doing this work, and we want to kind of grow into that space of telling the stories of farmers and telling the stories of food while continuing to make it light and fun and funny and very family friendly. So yeah, we've been working a lot with other shows, and we're hoping to kind of grow not only our show but that space.
Yep. Sure. That's awesome. What's the best way for our listeners and people following this to reach out to you, to connect with you guys?
So we've got a couple of places you can do that. So this is one of our slides. This is what our, the kind of stuff we share on social media and in Discord. And we've got a Discord server, Instagram account, Twitter account. Yeah, right. This is the kind of shenanigans we get up to. We got a website you can check us out at. In fact, we just launched it. Hallie designed it and I built it. We'd love for people to go take a look. You can email us, social media, pretty much everywhere at One to Grow On Pod, and One to Grow On wherever you get your podcasts.
That's awesome. Are you guys doing any networking with the local organic farmers and the farmers markets and things like that?
Yeah, we've been connecting with a lot of our local farmers, and we may or may not have some special guest series coming from that.
Awesome. I love visiting my farmer's market up here on the north side of town. You guys live South Austin, though, if I remember correctly, right?
Yeah, mine's the downtown market and the Mueller market.
Yeah,
Okay.
I do live north, and it's something that I need to explore. My wife occasionally goes to the one in Pflugerville, but I haven't been yet.
Nice. Good stuff. Well, hey, guys, you guys are doing a great job. Just absolutely kicking butt and taking names, and look forward to your continued growth with your podcast. And what you're sharing is so valuable. I think so more so today than it's ever been before. So keep up the good work, you two.
Thank you so much, Scott. And thank you so much for the opportunity to talk to you today.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. Enjoyed it.
Hey, anytime, guys. We'll connect with you some more and maybe have you speak a little bit more, a little longer next time we do this around.
Right.
Fabulous. Can do.
All right. Good stuff. All right, guys. Thanks for being a part of it.
You bet. Good night.
All right. Let's bring on, let's see here. We are Larry Roberts is next. There he is.
There. What's happening?
I'm doing great, brother. Hang on 1 second here. Let me pull this up. Boom, boom, boom. Awesome. All right. Let's get rock and rolling. Sweet.
Man, I'm stoked to hear that you're still as excited as you are, because, I mean, I tuned in at, I think it was about noon 45-ish. And of course, you're fired up then. And now here we are 7 hours later, and you're still getting after it, man. So that is major kudos to you right there.
Hey, thank you, Larry. Thank you very much. I love it. I'm honored to have you here on the show, man. I've been an admirer of your podcast and what you're doing as well. And just so you guys know, Larry Roberts, he's hosted by the Readily Random podcast is hosted by best-selling author, course creator, speaker, and self-titled comedian, our buddy Larry here. The Readily Random podcast is a show that features a random selection of interesting and insightful interviews with motivators, entrepreneurs, survivors, authors, athletes, podcasters, and more. Larry's quickly becoming one of the most sought-after podcast consultants and media creators in the industry. It's true. Regularly publishing articles and appearing on other podcasts. He specializes in creating custom podcast art, speaker one-sheets, as well as complete media kits, which is needed. Man, is it needed out there. Right. Larry also offers podcast auditing, coaching, and helping others increase audience engagement using live video. He's also a regular contributor to Podcast Business Journal as well out there. So we're honored to have you on here, man, and not be so readily random, but we're here for you.
No, it's cool. You know, it's totally readily random. And that's what it's all about. You look behind me, it's all readily random back there. And it's just everything that I encompass. I like to take and give everybody that has a story a platform to share that story on. And, I've had everybody on the show I've had an FBI agent that saved the world literally in the 80s, Joe Navarro. He's awesome. Check him out sometime. I've had Super Bowl champions on that have lost all their money and then made a comeback. I mean, you name it. I've run the gamut. And then I've had people like myself who are recovered addicts, and they're doing great things. And I'm 6 years sober myself, so I share my sobriety story here and there as well. And it's not something that I try to just lean on by any means, but hey, I'm pretty proud of it. So, it is what it is.
Yeah.
But go ahead. No, I was going to say that's the story, man. That's kind of what I do here. And I've gotten involved in the podcast community quite a bit. I started off going, the first time I went to Podcast Movement was last year. I ended up podcasting live on stage there at one of the booths there. I don't know if you were there last year. And you might have walked by and I'm up there acting stupid. Who knows? But at the same time, it was really overwhelming, but it was an opportunity to shake a lot of hands, meet a lot of people that are in the industry, and also see a lot of holes that are in the game that I might be able to help fill. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of where I was coming from there.
Well, that's where I was going to head us to. Where do you see the biggest holes out there right now, with your opinion?
And a lot of it really is setting yourself apart from everybody else. And as individuals that are trying to get on other podcasts, how are you marketing yourself? What are you bringing to the table? One of the big things that's really popular right now, and you kind of got to be cautious as a podcaster, are guest services, where they will pitch you particular guests and they'll just send you guest after guest, and they might not even be in your niche. You don't even know, right? And I made the mistake when I first got hit up, because I was like, oh, this is kind of cool. I must be big time in it now because they're coming to me. But the problem was, I ended up telling, you can only talk about SEO so many times and make it exciting, right? So you fall into that rut of having the same interview with the same person. And a lot of times the guests didn't even know where they were trying to fit in. So I'm trying to fit them, you know, almost like a square peg into a round hole. And it's just not going to go in there. So that's what I see as the biggest issue. And finding your niche, setting yourself apart, and then extending your reach. You know, a lot of podcasters are stuck too. They're going, man, what do I do? How do I get my podcast out there? I'm a moderator on the podcast movement Facebook group. So I see a lot of the exact same questions. And, you know, I mean, one of the rules that we have in the group is to use the search function, and nobody uses the search function. Let's just be honest. But I feel bad going through and going, look, we've already had this question not 5 minutes ago. There's another post, go find it. But everybody has the same questions, and nobody seems to be able to find the answers that they're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
And I can totally relate to that, because when I first started podcasting over 5 years ago, I came into this space kind of on accident, because I thought, podcasting is just for nerds. I'll stick to my online gaming, right? I mean, I'm already a nerd there. So, but when I heard Joe Rogan, of course, I'm a huge fight fan. Okay. I love UFC. And when I heard Joe Rogan had a podcast, I'm like, I'll give it a try. I started hearing all these comedians come on, and they're using this language that I was like, you can say that for real? You can say that word? And I was like, man, this is for me. This is where I need to be. So I jumped on there, and I started off my first podcast with a comedy podcast, and it was called, we'll leave it at that. But no, it was called Accidentally the Whole Tip. I'll just let you run with it from there. And it was hilarious. It was, I mean, if I'm tooting my own horn, but it was starting to cause me some problems at the office. You know, there was some innuendos that were there. We didn't cross any kind of society barriers or anything, but we might have talked about sex a little bit on the, you know, too much, a little too rough. So in an effort to keep the career moving forward at the time, I killed that show, wiped it off the interwebs. So there's no trace of it back to Larry, but I do have all the episodes. If anybody wants the backlog, I can hook you up. But I started Readily Random because I just had to have a show, right? And I knew I was going to take this a different route. And that's when I started finding out how to be a professional podcaster. And it's not laid out in black and white. You may think that it is, but it's really not, you know, and I made a ton of mistakes, and I bought a ton of equipment that I didn't need. Some of which is still in boxes today. I literally still have a Scarlett 2i2 in a box, brand new, unopened. And I'm saving that for another podcast I'm going to be on in a couple of weeks. We're going to give it away. But I mean, it's just sitting here taking up. I don't use it. Now I have my Rodecaster, which is beautiful. It's the best invention ever. But I bought all this stuff, bought all these videos, bought all this time with these consultants, everybody out there that would give me an hour of their time. I was paying $100, $200 an hour for people's time just to try to fill up these gaps that I had in my podcasting game. And I'm still learning every day. I mean, I've got Dave Jackson. He's going to be evaluating Readily Random here. I don't know, I think, next week, as a matter of fact, next Thursday, Dave Jackson's going to come on and give me his input, which will be a lot of fun, I'm sure. So, you know, Dave doesn't pull any punches, and I'm ready for it. But that's what it takes, man. You got to be able to take the hit. You know what I mean?
Amen. We've got Dave wrapping up Saturday night on Mass Media Summit as well, too. He's the Saturday night keynote speaker. We're excited about that. Cool. Hopefully, he's in a good mood. He's sharing the biggest mistakes he sees podcasters make, which is one of his favorite things to talk about, I think.
He loves it. He loves it. And I can't wait for him to tell me all the mistakes that I'm making.
Oh, yeah, exactly. we you know, we got to have a roasting of Dave Jackson at some point, you know.
Dude, line me up. Please hit me up. I'm there. I'll write the entire show. I don't get No, I'm kidding.
What has been the, you know, you've got some things you've been leveraging. What's been the biggest surprise for you, Larry, with your show?
The biggest surprise is really the credibility and the outreach that having a podcast can provide in any given space. You know, there are guests that I simply would not have had the opportunity to ever meet or ever talk to or ever work with if it wasn't for a podcast, you know. And then at the same time, I met people that I worked with in writing my book. I worked with Laura Peterson on writing the book. I worked with a lady by the name of Ellie Natoli. She helped me write my course. I mean, all these people that have all of this knowledge. And if you want to learn, there are people out there that can help you learn and help you expand your brand, help you expand your reach, help you expand every aspect of your business. And podcasting has become just that. It's become my business, and it's just an amazing, amazing ride.
Yeah, it definitely has. And I think you echo a lot of things. Is it's best to talk with some experts and find out what products you actually need versus overspending, because it's a lot easier and technology is a lot more efficient and better than it was years ago. You can get started relatively easy these days compared to dropping a few grand on mics and stuff that you don't need for the most part.
Exactly.
Right?
You know, and that was one of the things that I wanted to do with my course is I made my course really super simple for people. And I gave 3 different gear options, but they're all relatively inexpensive. I didn't get crazy on any of them. And they're all 3 to 4 components, depending on what you're trying to, you know, how you want to set your gear up. I give 3 different options of 3 different setups, and they're very straightforward, and you're not going to go wrong with any of them. You can take the entry level one with your ATR 2100 or your Samsung Q2, what is it? Q2U, the new one that's out. That thing sounds beautiful. It's like $50. I mean, you can get stuff inexpensively and still sound great.
Yeah.
Yeah, so exactly. That was where I was going with my course and my book. The course is the most recent. It just came out 2 months ago, and I've already got hundreds of students that have enrolled. And as of my last time I checked, it was one of the highest rated podcasting courses out there on Udemy. So not to toot my own horn, but I'm going to toot a little bit. There you go. Hey, thank you. Appreciate it. I mean, I'm trying to get sound effects here, man.
Simple.
There you go.
Wanted a comedy shop in San Francisco years ago. You use video with your podcast too, don't you?
Yeah, man. And that's one of the things. And actually, I just submitted my speaker application for Podcast Movement 20 last night. About 10 o'clock, I hit that apply button and finally got it sent off. And it's all going to talk. If I get the opportunity to speak, I'm going to be speaking on live video and how live video has just taken my podcast to the next level, man. Yeah. It's unreal. And what I ended up doing was starting a show called 10 Minutes In. And it's not even really a show. It's just like it's a subcategory of Readily Random. And I literally go every night. I just got my voice back. This is the first time I've been on a mic in about 6 weeks, really, because I had some real damage to my vocal cords because I talk too much. And but anyways, before that, I was doing my 10 Minutes In every night, and I'll start doing it again next week. And that's it. I just spend 10 minutes. I get on Facebook Live. I spend 10 minutes. I get more engagement than you would ever imagine. I get people that I don't even know returning to watch each and every night. Some nights I have a topic. Other nights I'm just rambling. Generally, the topic has something to do with podcasting or something in the podcasting space or speaking, something along those lines. But other nights it might just be, hey, what was today in history? You know, just to get out there and just shoot the breeze with people and engage. Then I take that content and I repurpose it, man. Yeah. And I take that video, it goes to YouTube. I take the audio, it goes as a sub episode on the Readily Random podcast. And man, it is amazing what it did for the podcast in such a short amount of time too. I mean, it only took a couple of months to see massive, massive reach changes in my podcast. And I love it, dude. I can't stress it enough.
Yeah, I'm a big believer that if you add video, it will double your audience immediately because not everybody is listening to podcasts or knows how to do it yet. And you might as well at least have it on YouTube, which is the second largest search engine out there. And Facebook is the number 3 website people are visiting. So
right,
you might as well be sharing it across the platforms because we're all in the media these days, no matter what aspect of niche that we're talking about. Right, brother?
Most definitely, you know, and I'm playing with TikTok. You know, I had a TikTok influencer that came on. And he's the same age I am, right? He's in his mid-40s, but the dude is crushing it. I mean, he's making these killer videos, and he's doing collabs with high-end rap artists. And I'm like, what? You're doing what? What am I supposed? I don't even know how I can possibly make this work for me, but I know you can. And that's my next challenge is becoming the TikTok master.
The Readily Random dance on TikTok which is what all I see is like people dancing. I'm like, I'm moving on.
That's exactly what I said, dude. I was like, man, okay, I got on TikTok. All I see is a bunch of teenagers that are dancing, and I see a whole lot of woodworking. There's a lot of woodworking artists that get on there and do their sculptures. And I'm like, I don't understand what this is for.
Yeah.
But Chris came on, Chris Olsen, I believe was his last name. He came on, did an episode 3 weeks ago. He has it all lined out. And if you're wanting to expand your reach, and he's got like almost 100,000 followers. I mean, and again, 40-year-old dude, just same size. He's fat like me. He's not gonna get mad if I say that. We made fun of it, so it's cool. But he just found a way to make it work. And that's what I'm currently looking for. So if anybody watching this or listening says, hey, I'm a TikTok master, hit your boy up and,
Get some TikTok coaching there, Larry, right?
Yes.
What's the best way that people can get a hold of you to learn more about you, learn more about your courses and other stuff that you're doing, Larry?
Yeah, man, you can find me on readilyrandom.com. The podcast, of course, is also Readily Random, out there on every platform imaginable. All the social medias, Readily Random, at Readily Random on Twitter, on Instagram, on TikTok, you name it. Readily Random will find me. Larry Roberts, you'll find me on Facebook. Hit me up quick. I'm about at that friends that limit on the friends, because I've taken real quick. I know we're wrapping up, but I took my Facebook, and instead of using a group, which I found very difficult, I used my personal account. And I ran it to the roof, and now I got to figure out how to become a public figure. Anybody that knows how to be a public figure, hit me up. I'll take that coaching on as well.
You just convert your personal page to a business page, and then all the people that are your friends become likes, and then you start a new personal page.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a lot simpler than the last time I looked into this.
Yeah, I ran into that issue. Now we've got my personal business page, 34,000 followers, and my personal page, I can start over again, is just under 5,000 again usually. So,
yeah, exactly. I'm sitting there running like 49.90 or something like that.
You got to kill people off before you add people.
I know, and that's what I've been keeping it at, that 49.90, just in case somebody like Chris. Chris was on earlier today. What did Chris Rusk?
Yeah.
Or Seb Rusk, Sebastian Rusk.
Seb, yeah.
Yeah, he was on, and I was like, man, that dude's kind of cool. So I went and hit him up with a friend list. Boom, I had to kick somebody off, brought him on. He accepted. I was like, all right, this is working out for me. But
so here's a little thing before we bring on our final guy: is use the birthday announcements. So I look at the birthdays each day. If I don't want to wish you a happy birthday, don't know you, you're probably not going to stay on my friend list.
I love it, man. That's great. That's great.
Right.
I'm using it from now on.
There you go.
Care. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Larry. Let's grab a drink or grab a call sometime soon. All right, bud.
Oh, Steph, I'm in Texas too. Let's do it.
I know. Sounds good.
All right, man. See you later. Bye.
That was hilarious. That was good stuff. All right. Let's bring on Cody.
Hello.
Hey, there he is. Hang on one second here. We get rock and rolling, brother.
All right. Sounds like a plan to me.
Good. All right, everybody. We are excited to have Cody Dakota Wooten on the Pecha Pod Pitch here. He is the founder of the Leadership Guide, where he takes people from peak performer to legendary leader as a coach, speaker, podcast, and TV show host. His journey into leadership begins. He grew up seeing the mass of leadership failures in every aspect of life: business, politics, religion, and even his own home, after his father made the choice not to be part of his life. Man, I'm sorry to hear that. This led Cody to seeing a future where multiple generations were craving to understand and witness what great leadership is supposed to look like and not finding it, as well as previous generations desiring to pass the reins and not finding anyone to take them. That is when he decided to take action and understand why we are so completely and epically failing in developing leaders and change that in the world. Cody developed his business around his core values of faith, family, freedom, and future. With the 4 Fs, I like that. He is the member of the Forbes Coaching Council, a certified behavior consultant, has been certified as a coach with multiple organizations, including the John Maxwell Team, Heart Math, and Optimize. Was a finalist for the Extraordinary Award for coaches with ideas that can change people, businesses, and the world for the better. And he plans to help set a new Guinness World Record in March. Ooh, I got to hear about that. Outside of business, Cody loves to spend time with his family. He's an avid moviegoer and self-proclaimed nerd. He's a 20-year martial artist and a Spartan racer, having received his first of many trifecta finishes this year. Congratulations, man.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
And welcome for being on Pecha Pod Pitch, man.
Thanks for having me. I'm super excited. When you reached out to me, I was like, this is going to be a ton of fun. So let's do it.
Yeah, man. So, okay. What form of martial artist? Because I know we got somebody on here who's a martial artist as well too. What form?
So my base style is what's known as Taekwondo Karate Do, which is essentially it's a hybrid version of martial arts: Taekwondo, karate, Kempo, various other styles. American boxing's in there as well. I've had training in judo as well, and Aikido, Chanbara, and then I've done some self-studying in a variety of different arts. So I'm a huge martial arts lover in all of its varieties.
Well, I think that it probably goes really well with the dedication and the leadership skills developed in martial arts goes well with what you're doing as well too, huh, Cody?
Oh, absolutely. 100%. It really, part of when you were going through my intro, my father decided not to be a part of my life. And so when my mother was, yeah, and I know, right? Like, who decides not to do that? But that's how the story goes sometimes. That's the reality of things. And my mother, when she was raising me, she wanted me to have a good male role model. And she felt like if she put me into martial arts classes, I'd be able to find that. And so from just super young age, and since I've been doing martial arts, and it's been tremendously helpful. When I was young, I was like borderline ADD, ADHD, which means like I'm basically ADD, ADHD. Just they decided not to medicate me, so which would be a blessing in disguise. Who knows? And it's helped me with that. It's helped me with focus. It helps me with driving forward to new things. It's helped me in all sorts of my life.
Sure. Now, tell me about this Guinness record in March that you're going to be accomplishing.
Yeah. So in business, sometimes like things come at you and you were just never expecting it. And I had someone reach out to me and they told me, hey, there's this guy who's working on setting a Guinness World Record for the most speakers in a 24-hour period in multiple cities. And I recommended you. And I was like, what? Okay, I guess. And yeah, it just kind of flew at me. So in March, we are going to be setting that Guinness World Record.
Congratulations, man. That's exciting stuff. That's really exciting stuff. How has this, talk a little bit about your podcast. Let's kind of ramp that into that. Tell us a little about kind of the focus of your podcast with everything got going on and what people can expect from listening to it and binging it.
Absolutely. So as you were saying in my introduction, as I was growing up, I was seeing leadership failures everywhere in the world. And I mean everything. And you've seen the leadership failures too. I mean, if you look at politics, do I need to say more? Really? Look at business, Enron, hello, right? You look at families. I grew up in a broken home myself, and there's tons of people who have been growing up in broken homes. And then religion. I mean, there's tons of challenges going on with religions, and it's not any one religion. It's all the different religions that are out there that are facing these challenges. And it breaks my heart to see all of these people in positions of leadership that people are looking up to who are failing the people they're leading so greatly. And it broke my heart. And I was looking at this and I saw my generation, the next generation coming up into the world. We didn't have that guidance we were looking for. We wanted it here, we wanted it there, and it's nowhere. And so I made a decision that if it's going to be up to somebody, it's going to be up to me. And so my whole idea with my business is, what does it take to become a legendary leader? How do we actually create new legendary leaders? And there are people who are legendary who are out there, but we're not seeing them. And so I want to spotlight those people. I want to find those people, and I want to put the spotlight on them so that people can actually see this is what a leader is supposed to look like. You know, you don't go to TV, don't go to the news to find what leaders are supposed to look like, because they're failing all over the place. These are the leaders you want to be looking at.
That's a really great way to look at things. We need to find leaders. I mean, because in the one of my favorite quotes is from the American President movie, where it says, in a lack of leadership, people will naturally migrate towards the loudest voice in the room. And we all know that with everything going on right now, politics, religion, social media, the loudest voice is often the worst voice to listen to, right?
Exactly. Yeah, because people who have their own agendas have kind of realized that if they become the loudest voice in the room, people are going to start listening, for better or for worse. And so they make sure they are the loudest people in the room. And the thing is, not enough people who should be heard are getting heard. Mm-hmm. And we need to take the opportunities that are presented to us to speak up, the people who should be heard, and we need to give them a platform. That's why I started my podcast, is so we could hear those voices, because they need to be heard and people are looking for them.
That's the truth. So true there. Now, what's popped up with your podcast, some of the things that have happened from having it that surprised you? I know it goes really hand in hand with what you're doing on a regular basis, but is there anything surprising that's popped up? I mean, this Guinness World Record sounds pretty amazing thing.
Absolutely. Tons of things have come up. I mean, so many connections that I've made, so many business opportunities stemmed from people that I've met for my podcast. And I'm not usually someone who's like looking for an agenda. Like there are people who will like on their podcast, they like seek out specific people to try and get something from them. And that's not how I operate. I find people who just have that story and I want to hear that story. And I'm just truly interested in their story. And then they decide to reciprocate somehow and they come back to me and they're like, hey, there's this thing or there's that thing. And just out of the blue. And I'm not expecting it, but it just comes. Yeah,
that's such a good thing. I'm a big believer in givers gain. You know, we hear that all the time. Give your energy, give your time. You'll end up gaining something in return. And you know, if you do come from a place of true giving versus expecting something, it always comes back tenfold for you exponentially, right?
Exactly. And sometimes you don't see it right away. And that's one of the challenges that a lot of podcasters see is they're trying to give, and they don't see it. And they give up too soon. And they are like, it's not working for me. It's not there. I don't know what to do. And if they would keep on giving, just keep on going that path and staying true to their values, they would see that return in the long run. And it would be so much more than they're expecting. It hits you like a train.
Yeah, that's the truth. You just got to, but that's the thing is we live in such a society, you know, where people want that instant gratification. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the microwave mentality, right?
Yeah, yeah. And a leader is somebody who's going to show up and keep showing up to make things happen. It just takes patience, and podcasting is one of those things that you've really got to focus on sticking to. What are some of the frustrations that drive you bonkers about podcasting? Maybe it's not your show, but maybe it's something you're seeing out there.
Well, I've been through a bit of a process with my podcast because my podcast has been changed completely 3 different times.
Right.
I started my podcast as a solo show. And I had this very specific like idea of how I wanted to run my show, and I was running with it. I went for 40 episodes, and after 40 episodes, I'm like, the format, it's a good idea, but it's not the right placement for that idea. And it wasn't working the way I had imagined it. And so I basically scrubbed it. You can't find those 40 episodes anymore. They're hidden, but, and I completely just started fresh. I said, I'm going to start new. And I started my show. It was called the Emerge Leadership Connection. I was trying to be very clever, and that's a mouthful to say, and it's very difficult to understand. And now that was another thing that I've learned over time is keep it simple. The more simple you can keep things, the easier it's going to be for you in the long run. And so I changed my show from the Emerge Leadership Connection to the Leadership Guide. So much easier. You know exactly what you're trying to get into with the Leadership Guide. You know what I mean?
Right. That's such a truthful on that when you know exactly what's going on. What would you give advice? What's the best advice that you would give somebody that's listening, who's looking to start a podcast or is brand new that as a podcaster that you'd give them?
Yeah. The best thing I would say is don't complicate it and get started, because so often, and I've had a few friends come to me, they're like, I want to start this podcast. And I'm like, awesome, do it. And then like a month later, 2 months later, 3 months later, they're like, I'm going to start that podcast. I'm going to start it. I'm like, it doesn't take that much to start a podcast. Just do it and fail. It's okay to fail. I failed for 40 episodes in a row before I switched. You know what I mean? And I learned so much because I failed for those 40 episodes. And I wouldn't be where I am right now if I hadn't failed so epically. And I'm okay with the failure there, as long as you learn from it and you keep moving forward, change as you need to, and become better along the way.
Yeah, that's a really good thing. 40 episodes. That's, you know, a lot of people would give up after 10 or 5.
Yeah.
And you change it, but I think you're a better podcaster in your 40th episode than you were on your first you know what I mean?
Absolutely. And I'm still getting better. I restarted my format and I'm not perfect. And that's one of the things that's huge in leadership. And I try to make very clear in my show. So many people think that leadership is about perfection. People think that podcasting is about perfection. People think that whatever line of work they're in is about perfection, and that's wrong. Perfection doesn't exist. It's not possible. You know, I'm a Christian, so I believe that there's been one perfect person in history named Jesus Christ. And outside of that, nobody's been perfect. And if you're not a Christian, then you probably just think nobody is perfect. And that's okay, right? You don't have to be perfect. Leaders are not perfect. I'm not perfect. You're not perfect. And that's great. Learn along the way. Fail. It's fun to fail sometimes.
Yeah, it is. But that's the thing is fail forward. Or our buddy Chris Cremona started a book called Start Ugly. You know, you get better.
Exactly.
You know, the first 5 or 6 episodes I recorded, I was like, I don't want to watch this. Listen to that. But you get better at it. You own your skills. You become a better leader in your niche. You become a better leader by talking to other leaders and surrounding yourself with great people. And you're doing an amazing job with your podcast. And so that's why I was glad to have you on, because I think we need to have that as podcasters, realize that we do lead tribes, we lead audiences, no matter what whether it's a cannabis podcast like we had on with Tony earlier, or readily random comedy podcast with Larry, or you know, with the speakers that we have going on through the next couple of days on the mass media.
Absolutely. Yeah.
We're all leaders.
And exactly. We're all leaders in different aspects. And you have the opportunity as a podcaster to become a leader for people who are dying to hear your message, who have been waiting for you to bring forth what you have inside of you. They're literally dying for it. And you have that opportunity with podcasting, and it can become so powerful if you go with it.
Mm-hmm. Such the truth. What's the best way for people to reach out to you, to connect with you and find out more about what you're doing and work with you?
Absolutely. The easiest way to get a hold of me, you can go to my website. It's www.theleadership.guide. There's no .com, no .org, none of that stuff. It's theleadership.guide. And you can find all my stuff there. There's ways to contact me, my social media, my podcast, my TV show, all that stuff is on that website. So just go there.
Good stuff, man. Well, hey, man, thanks for coming on here on the Pecha Pod Pitch. Thanks for being a leader. And thanks for going on, just kicking butt and taking names as well, man.
Well, thank you for having me. I'm excited to see all the speakers coming up next couple of days. It's going to be a fantastic event. So I'm super excited.
Great then. Thanks, Cody. Appreciate it, bud. Let's see here. All right, everybody. Wow. We made it through, and we were only 10 minutes late on our original stop time, which is awesome. Big kudos to all of our podcasters who are all on time. Thanks for sticking around with us. Thanks for watching. Thanks for the sharing, and thanks for helping make this Pecha Pod Pitch a success today. I think it's always great when you can bring 30 people together with different messages, but who all have big hearts and a big focus on really making not only their shows, but adding positivity to their tribe, to their communities, to the world as we see it, whether it's locally here or internationally. It was great to have some international podcasters on here throughout the day. So once again, thanks for being here. Thanks for watching. Thanks for sharing. And if you love what you're watching, hey, give me a like, hit subscribe, leave a review on this, however you're watching it, on whichever way you're watching as well. So once again, thanks to all our speakers. Thanks to our staff, and thanks for our sponsors. And have a great evening, and we'll see you back here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. sharp for the official kickoff of the Mass Media Summit, or Mass Media Podcast Summit. See y'all later, everybody. Bye.